can build a sustainable learning framework. It also simplifies change management by allowing you to transition individuals and teams from a current state to an AI-driven future in a more controlled, manageable way. You can then more easily define handoff protocols and foster a true human-agent synergy. When you do identify your use case that you want to move forward with, do not aim for a big bang AI lunch. I know they seem really cool, but it also takes a while to build. So instead, I think you should take more of an MVP approach. I like to call it an MVA, which is a minimal viable agents. So what's the simplest, smallest version of your agentic system that can deliver tangible value and allow you to start learning? And by learning, I mean learning on how to improve it. Working with AI requires a more iterative and experiential approach, so your roadmap must handle for that. Next, we tackle accountability and governance. So this is where the rubber really meets the road. As AI agents become more autonomous, a critical question emerges, and that is, who is responsible when something goes wrong? When an agent sends an inappropriate response to a user, when those agents go down, when OpenAI and Anthropic's APIs no longer work, do you have a failover mode? Many leaders think responsible AI slows them down, but when you look at the AI accident database, you actually see a 61 increase in AI-related incidents between 2023 and 2024 alone. And as AI agents have come, I wonder what it would be like for the numbers for 2024 to 2025. So as we're seeing, risks are no longer hypothetical. It is a reality that we must anticipate. So at this point, it's naive to believe that your agentic workflows will be perfect. You must anticipate harms up front so you can mitigate them. This is much bigger than compliance. It's more so about building trust. So this should be including collaboration between domain experts, PMs, compliance, and engineers. With that being said, you do want to establish clear accountability frameworks and escalation pathways. So this means creating robust audit trails so you understand why an agent made a particular decision. You can use Lime or SHAP. Those are some frameworks that you can use for a baseline for this. And then I also recommend doing a responsible AI evaluation framework for yourself and recording those results. That way you can create your own benchmarks for as a framework for bias. It also means defining ownership of models and products that you're using and having a clear pathway for human intervention when an agent decides to make it comes across an edge case and you have to handle for that. So with these types of frameworks in place, you build a foundation of trust that shapes and shifts your entire organizational culture. Finally, we come to ethical deployment. So this is non-negotiable. This is where you ensure your alignment with your organization values. So responsible AI isn't a bolt-on. It must be incorporated at every stage of the AgentOps lifecycle. So this means actively working on bias detection and mitigation from the very beginning to ensure your systems are fair. It also means building in robust security and privacy from the ground up, especially when agents handle sensitive data. So you must have proactive safeguards in place. So think of things like anomaly detection, clear agents or clear thresholds for agent behavior, and a plan for what to do when those thresholds are crossed. You also need a solid incidents plan and rollback procedures when things go wrong. So a little bit of what I just described is SRE, but I think that your AI engineer should have an end-to-end understanding from the planning phase all the way to the deployment and post-deployment phase too to handle for these types of things. It's more work, of course, for the engineers, but I think that a solid engineer should have that stuff in place anyways. You shouldn't wait for something to go wrong and hand it off to someone else to figure out what was wrong with your code. Data privacy and security is also important here too, so you do want to prevent unauthorized use access. So there have been cases where people didn't have access to certain systems, and they were able to find a loophole through using the company's agentic chatbot to obtain information because IAM rules were not in place. So imagine if they were able to access someone's PII and they shared it, or even it was just found out. That's a huge fine that the company's going to get hit with. So many cyber attacks on agents right now are the same traditional attacks that occur without those agents, but people are missing it because they believe AI alone is enough to stop it. They think that just because the AI can think, that should be enough. But in reality, it's just, statistical pattern matching. It's a lot more complex than what people think. So just like you secure and manage your databases, you do have to secure your agents. One example is people hacking into unused, forgotten agents because people forget to shut them down. So people will probe and see if they can hit the API endpoints of those agents, and it's not secure, and no one's monitoring it, so they're easily able to hack into those agents down the road. So that's another use case that you have to think about. So this is a leadership mandate that protects your brand and builds your long-term value. When you get this right, you build trust with not only the business and the stakeholders, but customers as well. And that is your ultimate competitive advantage in this landscape. So let's make this concrete with a real world scenario. So imagine we're optimizing customer support within the financial industry. This is going to be a high value, high stakes use case that you typically can see. So first we're going to do a process assessment. So we'll analyze the current workflow for customer support reps. How do they find information? What's their ticketing system like with receiving that information? How do they route tickets? And what are their common pain points? This is a crucial step to identify the gaps where an agent can provide true value and to see if some of those processes need to be reworked anyways. Again, the workflows are just very important. Next, we'll look at data quality. So we need to make sure the documentation that the customer reps are using is up to date and accurate, and that's because the agent is going to need a reliable source of truth. Usually when it comes to these type of solutions, it's going to require something called RAG, which is basically a document database that's going to store all the context that your agent's going to need, because that doesn't come standard with LLM models. And then once you do all of that, you're going to assemble a well-rounded team. So that's a product manager, that's engineers, and also the customer service reps, because they are the domain experts, and then also the finance experts as well too, because domain knowledge is important. The engineers alone do not have that. So this team will then take all of this information to a meeting, and they'll sit down to discuss important KPIs, intended outcomes, governance, business logic, regulations as well. And then we're going to use all of that to create a pilot, and that pilot typically should last within 6 to 8 weeks after you're doing all the ideation. And that's just going to be used, let's say you come up with a use case of automating responses for basic mortgage inquiries. And so while cost savings is important, that's the main tracker that people use for ROI, we do want to track more meaningful metrics depending on what your use case is. For us, we have the customer support bots, so we're going to want to track things like customer satisfaction, agent accuracy and precision, human agent morale. Are they less stressed after deploying the chatbot? Do they feel like they have more time to handle complex questions? And then, of course, the number of tickets closed and the time that it takes to close those tickets on average. So you want to document everything throughout the project. Excuse me, my nose chose to run right now when that's the worst possible time, but sure. If the pilot is a success, you now have a repeatable framework to scale responsibly across other areas of the business that also have high use cases or high chances of moving the needle for your company. My favorite part. Okay, so the disciplined approach for deploying trustworthy quality agentic solutions is what we call AgentOps, or agent operations. So it is a critical framework for managing the entire life cycle of AI agents. And as you can see, AgentOps encompasses everything from the initial planning phase to coding and prompting, testing and deploying, and then crucially, the feedback loop. So unlike traditional MLOps or DevOps, AgentOps addresses the unique complexities of autonomous agents. So this is with their decision making, this is their interactions, and then their potential for unintended consequences. So for leaders, it's important to recognize the strategic imperative of managing these systems to ensure they deliver value responsibly and effectively. And again, AgentOps is a team effort. This belongs to more than just the engineers. Engineers don't have the complete domain knowledge to effectively build and test these agents end to end on their own. But to keep it simple, because I know we don't have a lot of time to go over this, I did want to talk a little bit about the phases in depth. So planning, of course, that's where you're going to define your clear goals, and this is where you're sitting in a round table with your stakeholders, talking about compliance as well too. These are your key questions like, are you going to build or buy an agent solution? What's our success metric for this? For instance, for the customer support bot, it would be customer satisfaction. Also, how is this moving the needle? Is this cost reduction? Is this process efficiency? Are we actually making more money? You're going to focus on business outcomes and not just cool AI capabilities, because at the end of the day, customers don't care that AI is built in, they care about value. Next is code. So standard software development for your agent's logic and tools. So here's a tip that I have: don't get lost in the AI hype and rush too fast. good software engineering practices still matter here and will benefit you in the long run, especially as you continue to scale these agentic solutions over time. Next is prompt, and this is where you are designing how your agent thinks and communicates. Of course, and how you're going to have your branding in here as well too. How you want your agent to respond, how you want it to read and think about things. All that's very important. That's also why I say you should keep a good document store so you can easily reference those things and have the engineers add that to the prompts. But a good tip is to create a prompt registry. I think prompt layer is one of them that you can use, and that's for consistency, easier updates and rollbacks in case your agents, the prompts are not good, or maybe you switch to a new model and you need to deprecate those. And then next is test and evals, and that's just verifying your agent works correctly and safely. So you'll have a checklist for functional testing, performance testing, and security testing. And evals are big here too. I think that you should use multiple evaluation metrics or methods. So you might be using industry benchmarks. You should use your own internal benchmarks as well too. Of course, to have LLM as a judge, but I also still believe that you should have humans to test your agent as well too. Because what can you do if your LLM that is the judge is actually incorrect and you don't know because you haven't sent a team in to actually see what's going on and verify if your judge is even a good judge. Next is release, and that is packaging your agent for production. So PMs are definitely going to be involved in this too. This is where you're going to do version management, documentation, and also release notes that show the features that the agentic solution has. Next is deploy, and that's getting your agents into production safely. So DevOps, consider phasing rollouts across environments. If you have multiple ones like development, pre-prod, stage, prod, and you might also have different regions as well too. Just think about that as you're managing risk. Perhaps you'll have a whole test cycle after a deployment period. If that test cycle is successful, then you're released to the next region, the next environment, so on and so forth. Next is operations. So this is keeping your agent running smooth day to day. These are your SRE people. This is where you're doing the resource planning, the incident management, and seriously, run books, they're your friend. You don't want to wait till something goes wrong to actually troubleshoot or try to figure everything out. If you have run books or a good idea of what to do and how to look for things, that documentation will really save you. Monitoring, this is where you're going to watch how your agent performs in the real world. And you're going to be looking at things like uptime, response time, task completion rates, user satisfaction, and also alerting. You're going to want to set up those alerts for key metrics that matter to users. Some of these are implicit signals and some of these are explicit signals. So this is like a thumbs down or thumbs up option telling you it's a bad response. If there's hateful responses, you want to make sure there is some type of sentiment analysis checker in here as well too. Also just seeing if they're not understanding user intent. So these are not just technical signals that you're going to be looking for. And then next is your feedback. And this is gathering insights to improve your agent. This is a PM goldmine in my opinion. We're going to look at user reviews, feature requests, any performance data, and any error reports. And then you use that to go right back to phase one of the planning stage. And that's the beauty of the life cycle. It just is continuous. Okay, so what are the critical leadership skills for this AgentOps era? I have a list of them, but I'm not going to do that to y'all. One is about effectively managing hybrid human AI teams. I really do think that agents aren't there to replace people. It's just to augment workflows and make them free up time for the tasks that workers actually want to do or the more complex things that they can finally get to. And then you're going to also want to foster a culture of responsible innovation, making sure people are planning for when things go wrong, talking to each other and collaborating across the different roles, things of that nature. And then finding the delicate balance between automation and human oversight. All of this cannot be done without proper change management, which starts at the culture level. When done right, responsible agent ops becomes a massive business differentiator, especially during a time where every company is seemingly doing the same exact thing. So it builds trust with customers and stakeholders and creates sustainable AI-driven growth that truly transforms your organization. I don't believe you have to have an official leader title to be considered a leader. If you are an employee, your thoughts and actions shape the organization. So technically, to me, everyone's a leader just in their own ways. And then, yes, the conclusion. So we've explored operational strategy and change management. We've talked about baking accountability and governance into the AI lifecycle. We've also done the pilot creation process and then talked about the robustness of AgentOps. So my call of action for you today is very simple and actionable. You're going to start with one vertical. You can also audit one workflow that you might have, and then build one small dedicated AgentOps team. It might just be you, depending on how big you want to take this or how small you want to take this. But I think it'll help you to get into the good flow of understanding organizational strategy and just how to think about technical products from a business point of view. So definitely begin your journey. If you're grappling with how to build these capabilities or want to discuss a specific use case, I love chatting about these things, and I'm very nosy. I like to see all the different industries and what they're doing, so I'll definitely have no problem talking about that. But we can talk about those strategies and your unique challenges. So I'm here to help you lead that change. I think it's possible. I just think that a lot of people have to hear the truth about how to go about things versus what we can see from a lot of like AI influencers and stuff like that. But anywho, thank you all for your time and attention. I know we have 5 minutes left, so if you want questions, I'm not sure. Otherwise, we can take it outside. Okay, yes, hi.
Hi. What is the intake cycle like for developing an agent AI software that you were handling? Is it continuous intake process or is it a pipeline-based process for the workloads?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that again?
What is the intake process for your agentic AI?
What's the intake process? Okay, as far as how I'm going to figure out what I'm going to build?
The methodology that you're using, is it a pipeline where you filter out what needs to be done and then it goes into the route that you just mentioned?
Yes, for sure.
Continuous intake process that you keep coming in and then you develop workflows?
So it just depends on the organization. For me, in the past, I tend to be based on just a specific team, and it usually was sorted around whatever was needed at the moment. But for instance, right now, I'm now a pre-sales engineer, so we actually start out with identifying a bunch of different use cases as possible, and then we'll sit down and do a workshop with that team, and then we'll figure out which ones actually move the needle. So for instance, it's based off of which ones are closer to your business goals and really matter to you, which ones do you actually have good data quality for, or either maybe you won't need that much data quality to get this up and running, because if data is a huge thing, then we should probably step away from it if you don't have the infrastructure for it. Another one is cost as well too. Resources, depending on if you want to go in-house and build this out yourself, or if you want some type of pre-made solution. But of course, that's based off of regulatory standards. If you have a lot of privatized data that you need to use, you probably don't want to touch some proprietary agentic solution, especially if they haven't really shown you evals and what they're capable of doing with testing, because I've noticed a lot of them don't offer that, and that's kind of scary to me. But yes, there's that, and then also just how soon we need to get this thing up and running. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it did. Have you collaborated with any high-complying industries like healthcare or defense?
Not yet. I really want to, though. That's on my list. Yes. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let the lady go first.
I just want to say thank you. I do release management.
Mm-hmm.
It's different
It
than
is.
what you, but while you were showing that, a visual with the different steps here, there's a lot of things in common with release management. I work at Morgan Stanley, so
Oh, very cool.
in the finance industry, we talked about, regulations, and so there's a lot of things in common, more than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like the fact that you put the customer at the center of it, because we also do, like, the user experience is also very important when we do our work. So just want to say, very interesting that you really went through this in detail, just took feedback, because it helps for someone who's not in the same domain as you,
Mm-hmm.
kind of connect dots and learn.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, because I'm a DevOps girl, like with my background, but I just dabble in data and AI. I shouldn't say that because I really do a lot more. But before I transitioned into like a full-time AI engineering role, I did DevOps for like 8 years. And I've seen the importance of it across all different industries and also all the new technologies. And a lot of people think it's just some specialized thing you throw to the back whenever you're ready to release a product. But it really matters to like everyone, especially the business itself and not just the technical team. Because at the end of the day, like you said, it's about the customer and what they like and what they don't like. And if we're not proactive about making sure we see what they need and don't need, that is the fastest way to like failure. So thank you, I really appreciate that, because I'm trying to spread the good word. So, yeah, yourself? Okay, so like the future of AgentOps or what it could look like, or are you saying just how to get started? Okay, sure. So at the root of it all, again, I really do think that people should be versioning their prompts. I think that they're looked at as something secondary because it's technically not code, but it is code because it's a series of like, it's still automation. It's just, written out if and statements on how to respond to stuff, but people don't really see it that way, which is funny to me. I think that the versioning of that is important, especially as we're seeing the release of new models come out very quickly, and one prompt on one model won't behave the same as on another model. You quickly see that, even if it's from the same model provider. And then another thing is too, like I said, the failover switch. We see where OpenAI, their models go down quite frequently sometimes now. And then if you have a failover mode and you have to switch to somebody else, those same prompts won't work. So you have to make sure to pay attention to that the prompting and how that can work, because rollbacks won't always help you in that case. Another thing is I'm looking forward to more automation when it comes to the actual evals part, especially when it comes to creating your own benchmarks. A lot of people are using benchmarks that are they're not even industry standard, they're built by a lot of researchers, and I respect them, but it's different from the real world use cases where you might have messy prompts or like a customer's irate and they're cussing inside of like the input. Like you have to handle for that stuff. Or it's like written really weird or like it's not legible. You have to handle for those types of things versus a pretty code base. And then also, they don't stand up a real productionized environment as well too. They just have some type of sandbox they work out of. So that's why I think people should create their own benchmarks. A good example of this is Salesforce. They are lucky because they were very data-driven beforehand. So they have a lot of data to pull from to test. But not only do they create their own models, they created their own internal benchmarks. And of course, they've shared a lot of it with everybody. But I think that they have a really good framework for how companies should do things when it comes to building their own internal solutions. Writer AI is really good at that too, but they help a lot of businesses with building out their agentic solutions. I am over time. If y'all would like to talk to me, I'm going to be outside because I'm not trying to step on the next speaker's toes. But thank you all so much.
I have 16 years of experience in the most of the time which I spent in the data scientist, senior data scientist. Now I'm working as a senior staff engineer at Blue Yonder. So most of the work which is how Gen AI is evolving. Last, why the people are now evolving in the sense when the models are responding 30 to 40% accurate, nobody cares about it. When it reaches to the 65%, the hype is really making it so high. And people are now confusing, hey, 95% MIT says projects are failing because the models are not accurate the way we are thinking. So what we can do to make it, projects to be successful and we made it as a productionized. The major challenges which we have, I feel, is a lot of evaluation frameworks before shipping into the production. We don't have secure framework which is not available. Many of them are currently, if you see the agent lifecycle, people are trying to build agents, not testing the agents, because they are thinking that we can take care of the rest of the time. First, we will try to build the agents as much as fast. Because the market tools are evolving in the market, everyone is trying to concentrate on only one area. I want to build an agent, I can ship it faster. So now I am thinking into the other area, whatever the build agents, how much security is, how much confidential data which is going. User can ask any questions over the chat. How much secure systems are we building? That's where the systems are started failing it. Because when the projects or systems are failing, why they are not trusting the agents, what we are building is the customer governance and tracing is missing. Companies are building millions of dollars on the building it, not spending time on testing it. That's what I feel. So we need to build our own custom framework which can suit to your organization. That's what I can feel like. You need to build a framework where you can able to observe the agents, where my money is going to, where I'm spending money into, and how my agent is giving response what I feel. The response which is customer feedback which is really responding or not. That's what people has to spend. On top of, there are bunch of open source libraries which are available. On top of it, I am expecting, I will show the simple demo which built custom library where it can write your own rules. On top of it, you can verify whether the agent is giving the results as you expected. That's what I'm going to. So it's going to be more into technical because I don't know how many people are building the agents over here. Can I know how many people? Oh, thanks, so many people. Okay, I think that makes sense to me going into the deeper because I don't want to talk like higher level, just I want to go into the deep level. Many of them are talking to build the agents. Let me go to that. Why observability needed? Just I have given high introduction, like why do we need to spend observability which is really needed? So everyone wants to know before shipping as I mentioned, before shipping into the production, they have to spend time how my agent is behaving. Is it really working as which we thought? So that's where we need. So how many, people are not concentrating on the consumption resources. How much resources which got consumed by the agent? So that's where we need observability which is really needed, like how many tokens which is really consuming, how many resources which is compute is which is really using it. And where we are, because when we are deploying an agent, we are using a model. It's completely black box what it will be going to store inside it. And we don't even know how much context it's going to store, whether it's going to store my context data as well. So that's where we want to evaluate when we are spinning off different models over the network, when we are deploying different models over the network, and we should be able to know how much fairness data which is going to store it, how the behaving it was. So that's where I am going to talk about so the observability frameworks, what are the available? Just I'm going to talk about what are the which are available. On top of it, what I built on top of it. So why the trust matters in the AI? As I mentioned in the earlier, the block access agents will be because of the different models which is coming in. Today people are saying GPT-4, GPT-5, next what we're going to come up. Every model is good in one aspect than other. Like I want to generate a research-oriented text which I want to generate an image version, different models which is serving for different purpose. Instead of now currently we are looking at the data engineer, software engineer, now people are now looking at what model I need to use. That's where the people are now need to spend time. Hey, I want to do spending time on only and building the agents, what model I need to, what purpose which trying to solve. That's what the people is going to talk about. Now it's evolving. Still, I can say that how agent is accurate. So it's people are giving the rapid numbers. That will be still we need to evolving framework, evaluating the framework which is really needed at this time to whatever they giving the metrics which are really accurate what they are. That's what I am concentrating on the eval framework, which is observability framework. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so in the observability in the AI system, so we should monitor not only the building the agents, monitoring the pipelines as well, how the agent trend which is going on. Similarly, we should concentrating on the pipelines of the evaluating the system. So there are the bunch of tools which are available in the market, which I am showing about, like OpenTelemetry, LangFuse, Phoenix, different they are providing open source libraries as well, but still those are not fitting into our organization. So we can take that open source library, that's what I built on top of it. Like I took the open source library from those and I built my own rules on top of it. I want to build on top of it. Hey, I don't want to bring these kind of questions. I do not want to support harmful evaluation library, which I want to build on top of it. Okay, so what kind of evaluations which going to perform? Like I keep on talking about evaluation, testing, and what kind of testing we're going to perform. Like, so there are a bunch of things we can able to handle evaluation performing, like automatic metrics which can perform, like the agents are behaving like helpful way or meaningful way or not, whether it is any grammatical which is confirming any issue or not. Those are the things I am mentioning, the more technical blue, RAG, bed score, toxicity. Those are the models. What it will do is, it will ranges the value between 0 to 1. That means that blue in the sense that it will be converting into the way which human understandable. When it is coming as a 1, the value in the sense that human can able to easily understandable. That's what it is. When the agent is responding, that means 1 is, if it is coming as 1, okay, human can able to understand what it was going to return. So the RAG, it's summarizing accurate what they want. Instead of giving the bunch of text, hey, I want to get only the giving summarize in the crisp what the user is expected. And the bird score and toxicity, it's like, hey, whether the agent is giving any harmful information to the user, hey, it doesn't give, if it is giving the more high value in the sense, oh, it's giving some more harmful information to the user. So that's what, and also we can able to handle, assess the output, keeping by human in the loop. So when the user is asking harmful information, so we can keep it in the human. Hey, this guy is asking certain information, we should able to stop that user to ask those questions, respond back to the agent. So in that case, we can send an alert to the user where the agents are responding, asking harmful information. And AI assisted evals, because this is, I don't want to keep a human in the loop, I want the agent to be taken care. So if somebody is asking anything harmful information to the user, we should be able to assist. We can build like one way, like we can build another agent where it can take route into that agent. So it doesn't allow to the user to be performed on top of it. So here I am corely into the supply chain domain. So I trying to solve use case over here. Like, so what will happen when the user is giving misguiding information? Like if you are not going to test, like what will happen? So if you think about like a supply chain, entire supply chain, if your driver is using, let's say, using that AI tool, it's giving any disruption, whether agent which is coming on, hey, this route, if you're going to take it, if you take this route, it will make you to 12 hours delay because of the weather interruption going to happen. If it is getting the wrong signal to the user, that will make you journey the entire supply chain disruption will be happen for entire LLM. So that's what which will be happen. So what will happen is if the model is not responding to the accurately, so it will be the entire disruption can happen, because we cannot trust everything on the LLM. Still we need to have way to suggest, confirm whether it was accurately giving the results or not. What are the 3 pillars which I am thinking about? Like, so first is evaluate what the users giving the results, and we should have a governance, like it should not giving the confidential information to the users. So what I mean to say is, if user is trying to, because many of them are building MCPs on top of the agents. So we are binding all the APIs to the MCP, we are giving all the entire information to the agent. Does it give, like, get the user confidential details back to the chat? Because many of them are not concentrating on, hey, is it, okay, we are giving the entire database configuration to the MCP agent. So when we are building an agent, whether it is really pulling the right information or is it pulling my confidential information too. That's where we need to build the secure framework along with the agent. So we should not respond back to the user when they are requesting for the confidential information. That's where we need governance of the agent. And coming back to the life cycle, I think when you have attended the previous session, mostly they have talked about design, deploying, monitor. In the every phase of that, why we are mentioning every phase of the life cycle of the agent, we need to be having evaluation, because when we are building MCP kind of agents, we are going to pass authentication details when we are giving all the entire details to the agent. So we should able to have a privileges, like we should have something like close back to the governance that does not able to access any PII data. That's where we need to be having governance, which is really needed for the building the agents. So we cannot give every aspect of the information to the agent. We should have some control on top of the agent. That's what I mean to say. So this one, which I already talked about, like these are the bunch of tools open source. So on top of it, Azure is providing the evaluations, and so observability I already talked about, like open source, Phoenix, LangFuse, Mflow. These are the frameworks which are currently available in the market. We can, on top of it, we can own build observability. Evaluation, which I am going to demo, like what evaluation tools which I have been performed. So there are the market source, Azure AI evaluation, TrueLens, Deep Eval. So means evaluating the agent, how the system is behaving. And governance, like is there any trust informant PII data which is going to be the framework, these are the frameworks which are currently available in the market. So what I mean to say is we have to adapt early because of the market is evolving. So we should go into the open source library which are available, because we don't want to go and start building from the scratch. Nobody wants to do it. The system has to go evolve. Whatever which is currently available in market, we have to go on top of it. That's what I mean to say. So why I am saying all these frameworks are available, that means if anyone wants to build on their own, I'm said there are set of frameworks which are already available. If you can build on top of evaluation, testing the agents, you can pick one and you can build on top of it. Oh, sorry. Okay. The key takeaways from my presentation. So we want to build an agent should be having continuous monitoring and evaluate. And also we should have observability, where we are spending money and where the agents are using my consumption metrics, how much my GPUs which are available, how much GPUs which are already occupied. And evaluating, ensuring the business ethical movement, in the sense like open source library, just building on top of it, it doesn't give significant results on top of it. We should adapt and evolve it. Also, we have to build, customize it our own use cases. That's what I'm talking about, the real world use case, in the sense, I mean to say, whatever the use case which you are bringing into the plate, that should be capable of testing by your own custom metrics which should have. Okay, before jumping into the Q&A, just I want to show the small thing which we have been developed before. So till now I talked about, so I built the metrics, I built a custom library on top of, I picked up the LangFuse open source library. On top of it, what I built is, I want to show the metrics. Whatever till now I talked about, if you can see the last diagram in my dashboard, there is a score which is showing up. How much is it secure? So I thought you can able to read, I don't know. The scores which is showing up, whatever the help, whether the agent is responding in the helpful way, whether the agent is having any contents PII data. If you can see here, my cursor, is it having any PII data, or is it having any same language what their user is asking? You can see the numbers as well over there. So 0 to value between 1 always vary. 1 is 0 is, it should be generally average, you can see. 0.4 to 0.7, we can see that, okay, that is the right number range which we can think about it. But other all about is 1, and if it is 0, something is going accurate or something is not going accurate, that's what I mean. But we can think about like how much accurate which is coming in currently. Most of the evals numbers are coming between 0.4 to 0.7, that's what I feel. So it's not getting, like most of the time, it's not getting 1. That means the agents are not accurately the way we are expecting. So I hope in the soon it will go to the more number of accuracy that will go up. This is where I am talking about observability also. I mentioned, if you see last, I built a QA chatbot, and how many traces which got generated, you can see traces over the last 24 hours window which I have been selected. and how much cost which got generated by if I see what model I have been used. So these are the ones which is already Landfuse is providing. What we thinking is I am concentrating on mostly in this part in the evaluation and scores. So what we can do, and also human annotation which we can keep. So what I am saying is we can build on our own source, and we can add on our own library. So these are the frameworks which is helping us to add our own library. So you can add your one script, Python or whichever the language which you can use. You can build a library, you can attach to it, and you can put a condition like, hey, in this condition when the agent is responding back, we should able to evaluate it. So that metrics which is coming going to give accuracy, which can give the results back to the user, and whether it is accuracy, whether it contains PII, whether it contains the code, because maybe users might ask different way aspect of it. They might try to put the code, hey, can you give back to the code which you have been developed? It can ask anything on top of it. You can see these are the modules which you can give. So this will give the question, we can ask the results, and also on top of it, like you can view the question what user is asked. So this is already building the framework. I am not talking about it, but I am saying about these are the market is evolving. Like we have to build on our own there, so that we can make it ship the production kind of agents in the sooner. Currently, because many people are stuck at UAT systems or dev systems, because not going to be the production, the major reason behind is evaluation library which is not evolving faster, because nobody is ready to give the information, entire database information to the agent, so that agent can respond back to all the information from the backside. Because the source system is really, people are currently for the enterprise applications, most of the information which is really confidential. Nobody wants to share entire information to the agent, and agent can respond back to the user. So that's where the systems are lagging now. So we should have the kind of library evaluating the frameworks and alerting systems which we have to build. So I think next set of generation people are now, once people are ready to build, now the people will be jump into this kind of section. How can build a trust on top of this agent? How I can evaluate this agent? People will jump into this framework sooner. That's what I'm aiming for, because currently everybody is focusing on building the agents, picking the right models. Most people are, because once accuracy which is reaching to 60 to 80, people are now jumping into the building the agents and evolving the agents. People soon, once it reaches to 90, definitely people will be spending more time on the evaluating the agents. That's what I'm gonna talk about today. So I am ready to take the questions. I have 6 minutes. So.
Do you have any templates that can be used for the organizations, and configure a given template and then have my agent evaluate it?
Okay. So most of the time, I haven't built the templates, honestly. I took the existing libraries on top of open source. On top of it, my customized rules on top of it, attached it. Hey, if I have this kind of, because every org will have certain rules, and every org will follow certain format of the data. So based on the format, we have to define the rules. Definitely it's a good point where you can build a template and you can pass it to that, and so that we can, on top of it, we should have capable of reading. But I mentioned most of the rules which is binded in the agent itself, in the sense like I build it in the library itself. But I can make it as a configurable. That's a good suggestion. I can take about it.
So what's going to be our evaluation metric? You said we're going to evaluate AI agents, right? So what's going to be our evaluation metric apart from accuracy?
Oh, apart from evaluation accuracy, apart from the accuracy in the sense like does it providing PI data? We can governance. As mentioned, 3 pillars which we need to evaluate. One is governance, how much my agent is secure, whether it is really giving the user confidential information or not. So there are multiple areas, like whether it is giving harmful information or not only accuracy. I am talking about entire agent, the behavior of the agent.
So regarding that LLM as a judge, right? So how do I decide which LLM to use if I'm already using a state-of-the-art model?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm giving an analogy like the teacher has to be much more accurate than the student, right? So do I have to like fine-tune it or?
which LLM.
So if I'm using, like, let's say, the LLM which has already the highest accuracy based on having base or whatever,
Mhm.
now I want to use the LLM as a judge, right? So I need to use a model that is superior than already existing. So how do I use that?
Okay, so this is a tough question. So how much, which model which can give as a judge giving more accuracy? So it's a tough question, but currently we can say I used different GPT-5 when I am using for the as a judge most of the time, honestly, for the during the research as well as. But we don't know how honestly which is giving accurate results because I haven't tested like which model. So if you see here, in this framework, I haven't built the agents on top of, but we can evaluate the models as well. So you can evaluate because when you are adding here, not only the agents, if you can see here in the settings, you can add your own model. You can evaluate the model. Whichever the model which can give accuracy more, you can configure the model over here. So you can see here bunch of models which are available. You can pick a model, whichever the model you can see every day if you keep on changing the model. Let's say you configure today GPT-5, tomorrow you can configure GPT-4. You can run the same agent metrics. You can add the data set as well. No need to provide external data set. There is a concept called data set, you can add it. You can run it, we can give the metrics, whichever the one we can give the more accuracy you can feel, you can add that as a judge. Any more questions?
I think follow up on that question. If you're using an LLM as a judge, it seems to me you need observability of that LLM, right?
Correct. That's a good point. So that's what I'm saying. So either you can as a LLM as a judge, or you can keep it in the human in the loop. So when you are evaluating the agents, I'm giving both the options to the user. Hey, you are having a strong trust as a LLM can able to manage whatever the system's built. Or if you don't have trust, already building the system itself, you are using LLMs. I do not want to use LLMs. Most of the times, I feel still whatever we building agents, human should be in the context. That's where human is not going anywhere, not replacing the agents. We still human should be in the loop, but we are evolving the agents. We should be able to context, should be human annotation should be really needed.
Perhaps the main utility of having an LLM as a judge is if you're trying to save money with a model like GPT-4o mini or none or something like that. You evaluate that with a more expensive LLM like GPT-5, but then production use a cheaper model unless you're kind of satisfied with the thing that's doing the work.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, that makes sense to me because if you are going to use the latest older model, which you can GPT-5 can make it, but only one we can judge in the sense is we can set certain rules. Those rules are suffice is when we are responding back to the user or not. Let's say I don't want to share the confidential information to the user. I don't want to restrict harmful information to the user. Whatever I predefined conditions, which is for satisfying or not. So whatever the rules, because we are giving one more building kind of agent, LLM as a judge, hey, whatever the accuracy which is really following that building the agents or not. I hope I answered your question.
So are you evaluating these models which you are seeing on this app, or is say sitting on top of a existing running app that you can use it model?
Oh, your question is,
The metrics which we saw
mhm.
on the live system, like not live, but on a system, on a chat model, chat app, which using the underlying model. So I'm just trying to understand, you have mentioned those models. Are those evaluation metrics are on all of them, or it's on an app that is using a certain model?
Oh, this one?
Yes.
Okay, so entire agent, let's say I built an agent, I tied up with the settings so OpenTelemetry will be pull the metrics of from the agent, what we built. Let's say I built a QA chatbot. If you can see, this is the QA chatbot traces. So if you can expand it in each trace, like this is the conversation which is happened between the user and the chatbot. Okay, in the chatbot, where is my time consuming? That's what I'm talking about, the observability framework. Where is my agent is, because if it is lagging, that is where observability. And also you can see how much cost which got happened in this conversation and how many tokens which got consumed in this entire conversation. So to bring into this metrics, we need to build on our own custom metrics. So couple of them which is evolving in the Langfuse, which is offered in the open source version. enterprise versions you might get it, but if you want up on top of it, you need to build on own. And also like I want to give which user paused this trace. That is not going to provide by the open source libraries, but you need to build on your own. Which session, conversation, what will be happening.
So this tracing is based on the data provided by internal.
Correct. Just we are pulling the information from the agent and we are providing into the dashboard. That's what I mean. Any more questions?
I have a question. Do you have alerting? So let's say you've got an agent in production and you're making day-to-day changes, prompt changes, and obviously you can look at a point of time what's going on. But like, do you have dashboarding views where like over time you can track like for all your judges, kind of more like a, I come from a manufacturing background a lot ago, but you have like a Waco chart where you have like, okay, 3 points went up, that's a sign that there's an anomaly, you need to go investigate it, or, you know, sentiment might go up 2 and then drop all of a sudden. So like similar to, you know, you have an observability platform like Datadog or something, right? And you'd be like, oh, like, I don't know, the time the first byte has like degraded, we need to go take a look at what happened and trace back. Like, do you have that kind of dashboarding set up in your?
Okay, so whatever the metrics which these dashboards which I have been is we can build on your own dashboards. Those are not limited to this. So if you can see whatever the dashboards, user consumption, scores, and
That's
you.
closer to what I'm looking for is right there.
Yep. So you can see the different scores, but it's a accuracy which is coming up, and also we can build a dashboard based on the user feedback as well. Thumbs up or thumbs down we are giving in the chat. Based on that, we can build our own custom dashboards.
Yeah, because if I'm thinking from like a DevOps perspective, like, you know, and I'm trying to like track while my devs are going to build other tools, like I'd want to know where all of a sudden something caved, and then I'd want an alert fire for us to go decide, okay, do we need an automated rollback, for example, or like some other action. I think that would be an interesting, a compelling use case or something like this.
Okay. I think my time is over. I think thanks everyone. I can take the questions if I.
to get to the office, met some of the folks. While saying my hellos, my manager pulled me to the side and closed the door behind him. Uh-oh. We are going to have to let 2 of your people go. What do you mean? I just joined. It's my first month as manager. I don't understand. Thankfully, my manager said he would deliver the unfortunate news to 2 of the unfortunate folks. I, however, had to deliver the news to the rest of my team. I had no part of the decision making, but maybe they thought I had something to do with it. I had absolutely nothing to do about it. It was an absolute shock to me. I even had to sit patiently with one of my friends in the office, sharing his concern about layoffs. And I had to quietly nod while just being a listening ear. At that point, I learned something sometimes you inherit situations you have absolutely no control over. Oh, my slides are not turning. Oh, it's just a little delayed. Sorry about that. Anyways, welcome to my talk, where I go over lessons I wish I knew before becoming a manager and hopefully give you things to think about before making the shift. I'm Kat Hughes, engineering manager over at Veracode for over 1.5 years. Woo! And 7 years in the IT industry. I'll be asking you questions for you to reflect with, as I mentioned earlier. Hopefully that keeps your brain going with a full stomach. Also, if possible, please help out your peers by writing notes in the conference note. All right, first and foremost, management isn't really a promotion. You can kind of see here that there's a common track right there of engineer and senior engineer. However, the IC track splits over to staff engineer. There might be distinguished engineer, principal engineer, all the way to CTO. There's another side, which is the manager track, which is where engineering manager happens, senior engineering manager, VP engineering, etc. It really depends on the type of company you're at. However, it wasn't really a promotion. You really use a different set of skills when you go into the manager track. And actually, it's pretty frequent that I see people go from engineering manager back to IC, back to engineering manager, back to IC, and sometimes when they get into engineering manager, they're like, why did I even bother doing this? And they get to IC and they're like, ooh, I kind of miss the people aspect of it, and I really like helping out, so then they hop over to the engineering manager side. Have you thought about where you want to be in a few years? And this could be like, anywhere. Maybe you're not even happy being in IT. Maybe you want to go over, maybe you want to do fashion. Maybe you want to, I don't know, hunt some bugs, submit some CVs, who knows? But yeah, why don't you just give that a thought? All right. Support is now your role. As you can see here, for individual contributor, you do stuff like building features, closing stories, deploying features, etc. I don't have to read the thing for you. But as you can see over there in the management side, you're pretty much the supporting role of it. You're empowering ICs to build features, you're unblocking ICs to close stories, you're approving releases, ensuring quality of code, etc. But you're basically just enabling your people. Now there's a long list of other responsibilities engineering managers do, however, I'm just keeping it to the IC and engineering manager part. But yeah, as you can see, Danny is actually a very good enabler. He supports a lot of y'all. He tries to make y'all talk to each other. He paid for pickleball, he paid for yesterday. He's a really good example of being supportive. Another way of kind of looking at it, for any of you gamers out there, individual contributor is more like ADC, duelists, the ones that do the damage. However, engineering manager is more like support, sentinel, the one who protects and supports the IC so they can focus on just doing damage. So one thing that I want you to think about is, are you okay with even taking on a supportive role? Is that something that you can even do? When is the last time you actually, helped out just because? One example, and I didn't really plan this at all. I noticed we were a little bit low with volunteers yesterday over at the truck yard, so I just offered to help. After all, doesn't hurt to do it. I got free food. I got a golden ticket for a free drink. I got to tell people that for a quest, they got to go over to Danny. And it was the funniest thing hearing him say, oh yeah, people were coming to me saying there was a quest for me to find him. I didn't tell Danny about that at all. I made that on the fly. But yeah. Another one. Management is not lonely. You are making yourself lonely. Now, I know this is a little bit weird one because sometimes you hear like lessons learned from moving from IC to management, and a lot of people are like, management is lonely, what are you talking about? Well, I'm going to change your mind. So basically, when you turn into management, you're not really part of the team, but you're also kind of part of the team. It's a really weird dynamic. I mean, you're pretty much paying, you're making sure, you know, they have their salary, you can see their salary. You're also the one in charge of making sure that they get raises, promotions, etc. A lot of people don't really like the fact that you have that information. You know, it's a little bit nerve-wracking. And so you have your direct reports sometimes either sucking up to you or being really nice to you, and it's a little bit hard to distinguish, are they genuinely being nice to you, or are they just sucking up to you? Yeah. But anyways, because of that, it kind of put me into a situation where I actually had to broaden my horizons and pretty much go to other engineering managers. So for example, I'm really good friends with the engineering manager over at SRE, as well as QA. I never reached out to them beforehand, but in doing so, I kind of realized something. I was stopping myself from actually reaching out to them. I could have reached out to them at any point at my career. But for some reason, because I wasn't part of the team, it forced me into that scenario. So, have you reached out to other EMs, TPMs, VP, directors, or C-suites in the past? And try making this one of your goals this time. Why don't you try reaching out? Just saying hello. I mean, after all, what's the worst they can say? Sorry, I'm busy. I mean, you got those prompt cards, right? Figure out who they are, bring it to them. They kind of have to go with it, right? Use Danny as an excuse, right? Blame him. Another one is psychological safety is very, very, very important. Psychological safety, by definition, encourages people within a group to offer opinions, suggest ideas, ask questions, raise concerns, and admit mistakes without fearing negative consequences. This is willingness to help. Employees believe asking for help is appropriate, and their colleagues are willing to provide it. Inclusion and diversity. Employees feel a sense of belonging and that their diverse experiences and expertise matter. Attitude to risk and failure. Employees view mistakes and failure as an acceptable way in favor of learning. And then open conversation. Employees perceive conversation as open, candid, and safe to contribute to. Think about the team you're currently on. Are you actually able to do that? Are you able to ask for help and know people are willing to provide it? Do you feel like your specific expertise matters? How do you feel when you make a mistake or cause a production incident? I mean, we've all done that, right? Are you able to have open conversations, or do you need to watch what you say? Are you walking on eggshells? This is very important because I see some employees in different categories. Either, number one, they're happy with how things are. Number two, they're unhappy with how things are and are not complaining about it. And number three, they're unhappy with things and are complaining about it. Think to yourself, which one would you rather have? Three? The one that I like doing is I like having people who are unhappy with having things and are able to complain about it. I absolutely love it when people are just, speaking very loudly. They speak very loudly because they care. I don't want them to feel like they have to hide their feelings at all. Besides, resentment builds up that way. So yeah, do you believe your team has psychological safety? All right, this one, learn how to balance technical, people, and business. Now this was a really cool one because when I was looking at this, I'm not really in a position to where I can speak much about this. However, I did actually watch a whole bunch of videos, and one of the people that I actually watched was Dev Leader, who's actually in the audience. So let's give him a round of applause, shall we? Anyway, some of the things that he was mentioning was some managers mainly focus on the business and provide only short-term gains, burning people out. However, challenging how much output you can have versus focusing on empowering the people and indirectly increasing their output really makes it difficult, How I feel like it is if you make your employees happy, your employees are more likely to actually do the work. Now, I know there's like some CEOs who will be like, no, I want as much possible, I need as much output as possible, because they're only going to be there for a while. And I know, like, typically when you put on resumes, oh yeah, I've improved X by blah, blah, blah in X amount of years. So it actually kind of incentivizes people to actually kind of crunch out as much numbers, especially if they're going to hop from job to job. But yeah, another thing that we need to be worried about is with the technical part. I don't really get to code as much, and I absolutely miss it. Unfortunately, because I'm so focused on people, just because it depends from team to team. In my case, my team really needed help on the people part, and I can't really lead business, so maybe I'm like 75 people, the rest of it minus 5%, I can't do math on the fly, sorry, business, and the rest technical. Obviously, I do have to keep up with technical. However, I don't get to code that much, and it really sucks. Because I'm focusing on people so much, I'm in meetings all day. I have to listen to people talk and talk, make sure I have meeting notes, make sure I'm the person that's soaking in the information so the rest of my team can have that. I'm the person that has to reach out to other teams cross-functionally and make sure we're aligned on that front. Because you are the one responsible of doing that. You can't really shove that onto someone else. But yeah. Are you aware of how you spend your time? Do you know how much percent you're actually in meetings? Do you know how much percent are you in coding? This is even important, as an IC. Maybe there are meetings that could have been an email. And my favorite way to think about it is, how much money are you burning on those meetings that have like the whole company there? Next one, be prepared to be a therapist. Now, I know this sounds really weird. I know you probably don't have the qualifications to be a therapist. However, you're kind of put into that scenario. One of these days, I remember someone reached out to me and told me that one of the other direct reports had called them out during retro about, hey, this person mentioned I ruined production and that I could have done a better job, or something along the lines. I'm probably butchering the words, but in a way, it was not delivered in a way that it made this person reach out to me. So I just had to kind of listen, but also at the same time, I had to get his point of view, reach out to the other person, get their point of view, because just because one person has a point of view, it could be an absolute separate way on the other side. So I reached out to the other person, and I asked, like, hey, what's up with that? And obviously, no, not obviously. Well, since my team has psychological safety, they feel very open to actually telling me the problems in the team. This person was just trying to say, like, hey, if you reached out, we could have helped you prevent, an incident. We could have been there for you, make sure that you were supported in there. And I had to tell them, you did not absolutely deliver that at all. The intent was very nice. The way how they delivered it, not nice at all. So I just kind of had to be there. However, while that's an actionable thing, sometimes employees will go to you and just vent. And sometimes you just have to let them vent. And it could be, I don't know, the silliest thing. Oh, my wife did blah, blah, blah. I had to go over to Pizza Hut to actually work today because blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, uh-huh, mm-hmm. However, one of the things that you can do as a manager is remember those small little details. Because the next time you have a meeting with them, ask them, like, hey, is your wife still bothering you? And it actually makes that trust, stronger right there. And it could be, you could be sitting there just enjoying the tea. Or you could be there, just listening, maybe doing stuff on, on the side. I have an engineering manager friend who literally just lets their team vent, and she's actually doing work on the side because you literally don't have any other time to. But the point is, sometimes you're kind of put into situations where you have to do something without giving a solution. Now I know, as people in tech, we probably struggle with this. Are you able to listen to someone vent without giving a solution? Now, I used to have that problem. I've thankfully worked on that because I had to, but it's really difficult, especially if you love giving solutions. I mean, that's kind of how our brain is wired, to always fix the uncomfortableness, right? Pace yourself or be prepared to deal with burnout. And what I mean by that is, as an engineering manager, you are thrown a million things at you. You know, like, oh, depending on the team, maybe you don't have as much monitors. Okay, I need to make sure I have monitoring in place. Do we have observability? No, we don't have observability. Okay, but then someone reached out to me and said that their coworker is being mean, but then at the same time, we have to make sure that the project is being delivered, but the project being, anyways, the point is, there's like a million things happening at the same time. You have to make sure you pace yourself because you will burn yourself out. I burnt myself the hell out. I had to actually, talk to my manager and I said, hey, I'm burnt out. I need a week to relax. So I spent an entire week playing RuneScape. It was absolutely great. But the point is, I had to go back to there and make sure I didn't burn myself out again. I had to make sure I paced myself. And it's okay taking time, right? You have to just learn how to prioritize what's the most important and then kind of go downhill from there. But if you don't know how to prioritize, you're going to try to tackle everything at once or get nothing done because you're going to be like here and then 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 here and get nothing done. So try to learn how to pace yourself. Can you tell when you're heading to or currently in burnout? Because that is a very good skill to have. But also, not only that, you have to figure out when your employees are heading to burnout. And that is so important because there are some people who think, I need to make sure I get everything done so that I get a raise. But sometimes they do that and you have to kind of remind them like it's okay to take your time, we can adjust your workload, and sometimes stuff happens outside of life that may impact them. And that's perfectly okay, we're all humans. Life happens. I don't know. Maybe you got into a car accident and have to do that. But the point is, when everything's happening at the same time, it's really difficult. I have an employee who pretty much, every time I have a one-on-one with him, hey, how's it going? Oh, I'm trying to get a divorce with my wife. There's mold in the garage, and the neighbor's trying to sue me for it. And I'm just like, are you okay? Do you need time off? Like, we have a whole bunch of benefits. Please use it. But the point is, he was trying to deal with all of that, get an attorney, while also making sure he was doing the same amount of story points as the rest of the team. Difficult conversations never get easier. And this one is a really hard one to learn. A lot of times I have seen on YouTube where people will say, oh, I have to deliver the news that I'm laying them off, or we're letting them go, or going into a PIP. It never gets easier because people are kind of random. Everyone reacts differently, and you can't really control that. You can try to control it as much as possible, but it's really out of your control. What are some difficult conversations you had, and how did you react in those? Because sometimes when you give difficult conversations, it's really hard because you have to make yourself look like you're put together. I am a type of person who feels other people's emotions very hard at the same time, so when I'm telling someone and they end up crying, I am doing my absolute best to make sure I'm not crying too. It's really difficult. You were stuck in meetings for a significant amount of time. The first time I became an engineering manager, my calendar was filled to the brim. I was accepting every meeting, I was saying yes to everything, but then I got absolutely no work done. I was literally like, I don't know how I'm supposed to get work done, but I need to make sure I'm there. I had to learn how to say no to some meetings. I had to learn how to say, like, I will eventually get to it, so that I could actually have core time to where I can actually do the stuff that I'm working on. How are your meeting-filled days? Do you feel burnt out? Because when I have a whole meeting day, I need to lay down, I need to relax, I need to de-stress. I will absolutely love staying in those meetings. I will absolutely listen to all of my direct reports. I will literally be there for my friends anytime. My friends are literally in the crowd. They will literally say I will listen to them no matter what the hell is going on in my life. I went through a difficult period of time in my life, and I'm just like, hey, are you okay? But the point is, you need to just be okay with, practicing yes and no, making sure, you're working on the right things. Thanks for listening. I'll take your questions outside. I guess I can take it for 5 minutes. This is my LinkedIn. That is my Discord. I don't have a Twitter, unfortunately. Really bad with social media, I will scroll forever. Another note, I know my LinkedIn actually says Bronwyn Hughes Dev. My real name is actually Bronwyn, little secret, even though I go by Kat. So if you see Bronwyn there, that's because why. Anyways, thank you. Awesome. What's up? I am remote. That's a very good question. My company is based in Boston. Half of my team is remote. Half of my team is working in office, even though I don't tell them to work in office, because we're all on a Zoom call and it doesn't really make any sense. Do you have a follow-up question?
If you working remote and you're at home, and doesn't it help you a lot with burnout?
Yes, it does really help me with burnout, because I could literally be in one meeting and then like literally immediately be like screaming into a pillow the next, or like, oh, this is an emotionally charged, meeting. I can just turn off my camera, just cry quietly to the side while I'm like munching on some chips or something, and it's fine. So yes, I feel like it was a lot easier as remote. However, it does come with some challenges, because you don't really get to see what your direct reports are doing. Not that I don't have any like need to micromanage them or whatever, but it's like the little small nuances that are really important. Kind of like, how does person A react with person B? Are they being like really rude to this person? I can't really see that. So you kind of have to dig deeper to make sure that you're paying attention to that. Yes?
So I've seen managers come from two directions. One, the business side.
Yes.
Like on MBAs, master schools, very much on the technical side.
Yeah.
And that's what you kind of see as, okay, the example of what managers, they know.
Uh-huh.
Then you see one that came from the individual conservative side, right? We're engineer, wanted to go to management track.
Uh-huh.
They really have a hard time letting go
Uh-huh.
of the being in the weeds and doing, like you said, your coding
Uh-huh.
and doing more of the managerial
Yeah.
side of things. So what would you suggest for those individuals that have that hard time letting go?
Well, I feel like I'm qualified to answer that, because I was one of those individuals who had a really hard time letting go. Quick second, 2 minutes? Okay. So basically, what I had to do was I kind of had to make sure that I wasn't ruining my team's velocity, because at the same time, if you're also additionally working, it can actually mask the fact that you're understaffed. And that's a really difficult thing to do, as well as since I'm like, in a whole bunch of meetings or whatnot, I also didn't want to code after hours, because then now I'm kind of, conveying you should also work after hours. So it's kind of like what you're doing also kind of, what you do is really important, because your direct reports will look up to you. One of the things that I did was I just kind of tried to do some fun projects on the side. I actually think Dev Leader actually mentioned this, but coding will now be just your hobby. It's not your work. And I feel like that reignites the passion of it. So you can take it in that way. Does that answer your question? All right. How many minutes do we have? One? Who wants to ask a really quick question? Yeah.
Have you ever had to sacrifice someone?
Ooh. That's a good question. Unfortunately, I didn't really have to. The beginning of the talk, I just mentioned I had to let go of 2 people. However, that wasn't my decision. My manager took over that, so I didn't have to be the one to, deliver that news. Thankfully, I am not in that position where I had to. There was a very close period where I did, because I had to give a PIP to someone where it could have actually led to a termination. However, I actually worked with him, we got on the same footing, and we actually, got past the PIP. And so now he's working as normal. Awesome. Are we done? All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Alex, and I run software engineering at ADT here in Dallas. I've been here for the past year. Before that, I spent 10 years in the Bay Area. I was running the Google Home app back at Google in Mountain View. So hopefully you've used a piece of software that I've made at some point. And if not, we'll hope to get you an ADT system very, very soon. So yeah, I'm here today to tell you a little bit more about the intangibles and the soft side of engineering management. We had a great talk before that, and I think it's really going to be building upon that. So 5 laws of workplace bliss. I'll tell you a bit of how did this come together. I stole this is the design actually of a fantastic book called The 50 Laws of Power by David Green. And that's kind of where I started, which is I wanted to help build some laws for you all, because there is I have a belief through everyone that I talk to across the industry that this is a particularly challenging time, right? Especially for most folks who are in the industry today. Many have not been through the dot-com crash. You're going to probably be experiencing a lot of change, a lot of emotions. And how do we help navigate this? And how do we help our teams navigate that, right? There is the AI coding, which is both probably one of the most exciting things that has to happen to software engineering in the last 30, 40 years. But at the same time, kind of the threat of AI coding, right? We have the market's not been what it's used to be, right? It's not 2022 was probably peak software engineering time, and now we're hearing a lot of layoffs. The market has been a lot more challenging than it used to be, and I think everyone that I've talked to has been really deeply impacted by this transformation. And then, there's also kind of an evolving relationship with the workplace, right? I don't know if you read the notes from AT&T CEO as a reaction to the employee sentiment surveys. There is the RTOs discussions, right? Like the contract between people and their workplace is kind of evolving, and it definitely been a pretty heavy topic for a lot of folks. So we talk about many things. I wanted to bring you today essentially the most positive side of it. How do you navigate? How do you manage your mind? How do you manage your team to keep everyone focused and keep everyone successful, right? So the first law is keep a positive mindset. And this is a really, really fundamental, basic one, right? It is, mindset is like your mood. It's how do you perceive things that are happening to you. And I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing like the continuum of mindset right now is incredible. I have engineers on my team. I'm introducing AI coding to my organization. And I have the folks who are like, yes, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened. And I have these engineers on my team who are like, Alex, I kind of want to go back to Vim at this point. It's just like, this is a little, I don't believe this. This is taking away, like there's a lot of negative emotions, right? And I see this in many teams, right? There are folks super engaged and some who are like kind of rejecting a lot of the change that's happening. And I guess my main point that I want to share, folks, is like that mindset is incredibly viral. Like if you're spending a lot of time on Blind, for example, if you've got a lot of time on X, you might be starting to build up slowly, without you quite noticing, quite an adversarial relationship with your workplace. And you don't see it coming right away. And most importantly, your coworkers are not giving you that feedback. Everybody loves the guy at lunch who is venting about the company, who is criticizing the decisions of their management chain, right? Like it's fun, it's very, it's healthy to vent, and it feels good. But slowly what you'll see, especially as a leader, is suddenly like the mood of your team changes. Right? Like very early in my management career, I noticed I would come to lunch, and if I was having a bad day, 3 hours later, my whole team is making a face, and they're kind of like, so it's very viral, and you're not necessarily getting, so that's something that I really want you all to keep in mind, which is, what are you exposing yourself to? You need to manage this. Maybe spending, dial down a little bit on the Blind and the Twitter, and there's a lot of content out there that's extremely positive. You'll see over time, it's just like, I used to listen to the news in the morning, driving to work. I'll get to the office pissed off, right? Like, be very mindful of that, because that's going to affect essentially your performance and eventually the performance of your teams, right? So yeah, the kind of the message is, fix yourself, put on your own oxygen mask, make sure that you're in a good space. And really the worst thing you can do as a leader is show up in a way that's negative to your team, right? It's extremely viral, and you'll see that it sticks. So yeah, and I guess, the positive message here is, this is really an incredible time. The leverage that you have as a software engineer today, or as an engineering manager, or as a software leader, is incredible. You can build incredible things that were very, very hard to do, right? Like I'm spending a lot of time on multimodal LLMs. You used to have to build very significant computer vision teams, which today you can get through prompt engineering, right? Like the potential is incredible, and spend your time focusing on that, and how do you put your mind towards this? So yeah, it's a little bit of this. Embrace this. You know, it's okay. Things are on fire, and you need to be. And it's also kind of your responsibility as a leader, right? I've not served in the army, but an example that was given to me is like, in a battle, like your team's going to come to you and says, "Oh my God, we're getting surrounded. We're going to surround it. Things are really bad." And no, like your job as a leader says, "No, things are okay." And actually taking that distance and being able to, have a mindset where you're not actually falling into the urgency and the stress is incredibly important. The second thing that I love to tell folks, and I love this law, and I really need to embrace as an engineering manager and a leader, is that every sword cuts both ways, which is essentially that past a certain threshold, a lot of these things that you used to care tremendously about, and this is really hard because software engineers care tremendously about things, right? Like that's kind of the engineering thing. Actually, they're not that critical. So, and I think the thing that helps people, and I usually tell people, is think very much of your system as just a system. Your code is a system that runs, and it just has properties. What happens is, for an example I can give you one day, you've spent maybe 3 years fine-tuning your microservice architecture. You have 25 services, they're perfectly coordinated, and you have a new leader who comes in, he's like, monoliths are the way. I don't believe in microservices, it's too complicated, and you're gonna get that debate, right? Like, as a software engineer, a big part of your role, especially the senior ones, is prevent things to, kind of maintain the status quo of the system. As a leader, your job is a lot more saying, okay, accepting that maybe this is the direction that we're going. In reality, you don't get to accept that this is the direction you're going. This is the direction that organization has to choose. But rather than see it that way, how do you see that this is just a property of the system? In reality, your monolith is going to work probably just fine, right? Like, how do you kind of separate yourself a little bit from this decision and really embrace the thing that a lot of the technical trade-offs, and it's really going to be an expectation on you as you go up the management chain, is like, they're not actually as consequential as you used to be. The further away you are from the code, the more you need to be able to have that abstraction. And so I think that helps, I give this advice to engineering leaders, but also as a software engineer, when you think of like, why my manager doesn't care, because I think they have a little bit of distance that maybe this is not quite as critical. Obviously, if you're running, if you're actually running Twitter, then maybe there are scalability concerns that are important. For most organizations, this is not as critical, right? So yeah. Let me take you to the next law. Be part of the solution. So, we fixed your mindset. You're in a happy place. You decided, your new leader came in, is moving you to monoliths. You're not going to quit. You realize that there is a little bit of difference. What happens for very, very often, especially if you've built a bit of an adversarial relationship in your marketplace, is, okay, you're not going to quit, especially not in this economy. But people kind of say, I'm going to accept it, but begrudgingly. And a lot of this change, essentially what's happening today is you'll see people like, well, yeah, I'm actually okay with this, but I'm not going to engage, right? Like, yes, they're going to push us to, but I'm not going to take any action that's going to help the company actually in the direction that I just received. And so my advice is very much, how do you put yourself, and again, this is work on your mindset, how do you put yourself in a position where you are enabling the company to make the changes that you want, that you're enabling your management change to do what they need, right? So yeah. For example, how do you engage and become the person on your team who is like, hey, if I bring them change and there's something we want to evolve, this is a person who's going to engage. How are you going to build a plan? How do you go back to that leader and says, you know what, here is our 6-year plan on how we're going to go back to monoliths, right? Like, putting you in that solution is going to put you as part of the team that actually gets to work on this. It's going to get you to actually regain maybe some of that influence that you've gained by developing that system. And so it's very important that you evolve past that level of, okay, well, I want to live with it. That person's hopefully going to quit in 2 years. No, like, put yourself there. And in reality, what you'll discover, and the thing that helped me myself is, especially if you're an engineering leader, what do you expect of your folks? Right? Like, as an engineering manager, I would spend a lot of effort, especially in very large corporations, fighting about my scope. Right? Like, yeah, like, he's trying to, build that website. This is really on my team. And suddenly what you realize is, like, your actual attention to how much your team, the folks that are reporting to you, are battling scope between each other, is not nearly as important. It all rolls up to you anyway. And so suddenly realizing that what you're expecting from the people on your team is actually what your manager expects of you, and that point of view translates very, very well, right? And so that's another tool that I want to give folks, which is think of how you want things to work for you to act, and try to act the same way towards your management chain, right? And you'll see that this is something that is not easy to do, but eventually is the ultimate thing you have to do to become, to either grow in the organization, maintain your influence, and stay part of the discussion. A little bit of, I asked Gemini to build me Cartman in the 5 stages of grief. It's a little bit like that, right? Like you have change in your company, management change, which is direction change, policy change. We usually start with bargaining, anger, right? I want to get you all the way to the right to acceptance. And how do you shortcut that? And how do you realize that this is where you need to go and embrace that, right? And in reality, it's big. For me, it's the biggest challenge, frankly, as a leader, as you move up the organization, is you actually have to do a lot of work on yourself, right? You've probably mastered the technologies you're working on. You're probably very comfortable running sprints and building things. But suddenly, being there for your teams and giving them the right mindset and making sure that everybody's positive and motivated, usually, starts with yourself, right? And so that's something that I really want to make sure that you all have as a tool and you keep in mind, right? Another one that I love encouraging people to do is that, people remember stories, not facts or figures. You have to, I think, very intentionally, as part of your organization, as part of your job, build up a story. What is your persona? People come to me and says, Alex, I want a promotion. I'm like, okay, what's your promotion narrative? Like, you're a junior engineer, okay, so you've demonstrated over the course of 2 years that you hand tech projects and lead them independently with cross-functional people. That's a narrative, that's a story. Tell me that story. Don't just tell me you want a promotion. And so think about that at really every level. What is your work narrative? What is your persona? You are, you want to be, I am the utmost expert on, very esoteric C++ memory management stuff. If that's where you want to go, that's where you want to be recognized at, work on that, right? Like, don't come to the one-on-ones with manager and complain about your commute. Go reinforce that story and really do a little bit of work on your persona and who is it that you want to be and who you want to represent to the organization. And then there's also the other side of it. You need to be very, very careful and mindful, especially as your organization grow, on what are the narratives people tell about your teams. What are those memes that kind of stick, right? Like, is IT always late? That is a terrible, post-it that people can put on your team. Why? Because it spreads. You can be running the best ran IT organization in the industry. You might be hitting every single goal, but if you still have that moniker because maybe the team you just inherited used to never make its dates, that will stick to you forever. Almost, it's going to be extremely hard for you to overcome that story. So be really mindful of that, really aware of what are people telling about your team, and how do you build a persona and narrative that is actually not what naturally would come out of it, but what you actually want people to say. So it's another thing where you have to be extremely intentional, right? And then I think the final one that I want to tell you about is show up. Essentially, how do you every day, and I think this has really been the thread through this whole talk, how do you show up to your teams with energy, with positivity? How do you show up to them in a way that they're going to come out of this, with a positive mindset? I love this example. I used to coach this engineer out of Walmart, and they have this incredible thing in the performance review. They do their general 360 reviews. One of the questions they ask about your coworkers is, when I interact with, say, Alex, do I come out of it more energized or less energized? I love that question, right? Because it gives you the feedback. It also gives you everyone the feedback. Where are the downers on the team? And I think it really helps push everyone to be like, I don't want to be the person that when people interact with me, they feel less energized. And frankly, as a leader, you actually can't afford it, right? People can't be coming to your staff meeting where you're going to be spending 30 minutes telling them about how your team, how everything is wrong and everything is broken. Why? Because not only, it's going to kill their productivity and the motivation, but it's actually going to transfer to everyone around them. So that's really the next thing I wanted to, really the last thing I wanted to leave with you all, which is be very, very, very international about that. Like, the reason I'm bringing you all to you is like, this is something that I've personally spent most of my energy on, right? Like, I love being the curmudgeon. I love being the person who's like, this architecture is wrong, this company is the wrong direction, I know better. I think what I've discovered over the years is, up to a certain level that works. For example, I love principled engineers. I love these engineers who sit up in the design review and go like, this is a terrible design, like this is wrong, this breaks the whole architecture, you didn't consider all this, right? And there is definitely a place for that, but at a certain level, you just can't afford to do that anymore, right? Like, you're actually going to get put into a box, and I think that's really the story about the narratives earlier, which is once people tell you that IT is late, and that's the sticker that's on your team, not only, first of all, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because essentially everybody knows we're late, well, are we going to make, it's Friday, 4 p.m., we're not going to make that push, but Monday is okay, right? Like, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, but also people start working around you. And it's the same thing if you don't show up, right? Which is, people know that your team is not going to be on time, or your team is going to do something weird. They're not going to come to your team with projects. They might essentially go build parallel systems that don't integrate the way that you'd like them to. And so essentially at the end of the day, you lose influence. So it really kind of comes back to all this, which is make sure throughout your workdays, throughout your career, come with energy, come with positivity, and if you can't, because you can't always, go take the time to get the place yourself, right? If you're having a really bad day and you know this meeting's gonna go bad, and you know you're in a bad place, and you know this is not gonna go in a productive space, just don't have the meeting. Just go get it rescheduled, go home, eat some chips, whatever it is that works for you, scream into a pillow, get yourself into a happy place, because you think you're so smart, and you think that you're gonna be able to respond to that angry email in a way that is actually very positive. It's really hard to fake. Everybody that reads that angry email that you're writing at 10 p.m. at night, they're gonna exactly hear how you're really feeling, right? And so, again, going back, make that work on yourself, bring yourself to a happy spot is really my advice to all of you. And that's all, and I guess the last message I wanted to leave you all with is think about where we are, right? Like, again, we're in the most exciting place for software engineering in many, many years. You all have incredible leverage, and you can go build really, really incredible things that used to cost a lot of money and take a lot of time. AI coding is not perfect, but you can do a lot of interesting things. You can get any code base out of GitHub and have the AI explain it to you. You can explore new technology, they can discover frameworks faster than ever. And so look at that positive, look at the positive of the human interactions that working in an office can probably bring you, and bring this to your teams. Good luck. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm happy to take questions. Though Danny told me not to, but we'll do it anyway.
Thanks for fun. I wanted to ask, of the 5 laws, which did you find hardest to adopt?
I think the hardest one is because the fundamental one is the mindset, right? Essentially, because everything comes from this. It's very easy because you get information and things come your way to perceive them in a negative way, right? Especially when there is a lot, right? Like there is the pressure of the market. It was not the same in 2022, right? Which is like anyone with a pulse could probably get a software engineering job. And now it's a little harder, right? There's more friction in the market. And so I think that weighs very heavily on everyone, right? Which is, it's not as easy to go and just quit. In reality, what's funny is most people usually that used to take that option, because I had a lot of engineers who were like, Alex, I don't care. I hate the monolith thing. I'm going to go work at another place that loves microservices. In reality, their inability to understand what are the properties of the system that we cared about, their inability to kind of work and enable the company to get its goals, were the same career challenges they had the next place. It was never really about the monoliths, right? And so that's really what I keep telling people, which is like, it starts with mindset. If you get your mindset right, everything is going to kind of work out. I do this a lot for people. I built out that persona, that reputation in my company, where somebody will come, they know they can come to me and tell me how things are shit, and I'm going to figure out a way to turn them around and tell them, here's a positive way to look about it, Of course. Anyone else? Oh, go ahead. That was my goal. I don't think he's in the audience, but I have to really thank Danny for it, because why? When I was developing this talk the last few weeks, and I sent him the original, the title, and I started this as like 5 laws of corporate survival. I'm like, okay, it is a rough environment. Here are my tips and tricks. How do you manage that? And so even I actually had started this from a slightly wrong mindset, right? And I sent this to Danny, and Danny is like, Alex, when you say the word survival, I hear doing the absolute minimum to get by. And I was like, no, that's absolutely not. I wanted to come in with, a positive message. How do I help people, overcome the challenges that they're experiencing? And so he helped me actually restructure that talk And we went from the 5 laws of survival to 5 laws of bliss. And I think it's a much more positive message that hopefully helps you all and helps your teams, right? Yeah. Wonderful. Cool. I'll give you some time to move to your next sessions. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of the day. Take care.
over here was, I don't know if they're here anymore, but was asking a question at the last session, and they said, "Hi, my name is blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, wow, you don't really get that at conferences, right? So I was giving Danny feedback on his, I sat down with a bunch of people, which I'll encourage you all to do. If you're, if you go to a conference, and I think a lot of us are developers, so a lot of us are maybe a little bit more antisocial or introverted, I guess. I call myself antisocial. Introverted than others, but there's this magic of just like sitting down next to somebody you don't know or people that you don't know. But when I sat down next to them, I said, "Oh my gosh, you guys just have your first name. You don't have your last name. How is anybody going to find you?" And I said, "Danny, was that not in your podcast?" Like, he just did this podcast on like what you should know to prepare for your first conference. But then I realized I didn't have my Twitter handle on here either. So I failed. Yeah, right? I know. So anyways, welcome. We're ready to go, I think. Yes, we are ready to go. Okay, so welcome everybody. I'm going to pull up my notes right here really quickly. Okay, we are, can I get started or should I wait? Are we good to go for the live stream? Okay, perfect. Hi everybody on the internet. All right, so thank you. Oh, right there. Okay, yeah. I was talking over there. I was like, there's got to be a camera here somewhere, right? So anyways, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. This is a leadership panel. I'm so excited. My name's Tracy. I'm the CEO of a company called This.Labs. I feel like at this conference I'm known as Danny's boss, which is also kind of weird. But anyways, I'm so excited again to be hosting this leadership panel. If you want to find me on X, I'm at Lady Leet, and then on LinkedIn, I'm Tracy S. Lee. And I'll let my fellow panelists introduce themselves.
Cool. Thank you, Tracy, and good afternoon, everybody. Excited to be here. My name is Julian Macaño, or Julian, whatever is easier to stick on your mind. Today I work at DocuSign. I'm a director of product, overseeing our developer experience. So today DocuSign has a large community of developers, from customers, partners that are integrating DocuSign, and I'm sure many of you hopefully have been a loyal customer or user. But excited to be here. Based out of Dallas. I'm from Argentina originally, so I've been here for about 10 years. Yeah, excited to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Howdy, Eric Wybust. I'm also local. I lead the e-commerce business at Legends, which is a sports and hospitality business. I am on Twitter as well, Eric Wybust, really original, right? Not like Tracy. But anyhow, happy to be here and talk to you all. And if you have anything to add, I'd love to chat afterwards, or if you have questions or feedback, I'd love to hear it. Maybe connect on LinkedIn or Twitter. Thanks. I also lead the Dallas Java user group. So some of you, I've seen a handful of you, javamug.org, or you can find us on Meetup. We meet the second Wednesday of every month right here on Legacy in Plano at the offices of Improving Enterprises. So maybe you can join us in October. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. These guys are so great. I think one of the things I love about the Dallas ecosystem is all the executives I meet here are just willing to hang out and chill. Jerry, I see you over there. Alex is pretty cool too, if you caught his last talk. But they're all just, everybody's just wants to hang out, which is so cool, because I'm a part of so many different local communities, and it's not like that everywhere. So Dallas is very fortunate to sort of have that sort of vibe. So we're going to get into the panel questions here, and feel free to ask questions as we go along. So one of the, Alex kind of framed some of this in his talk. He was talking about sort of the perception of IT or technology, a lot of times being a cost center, right? Like a lot of times C-suite is like, well, we're always trying to reduce costs. We're always trying to reduce costs here. We're trying to reduce costs. I think a lot of times when you are in engineering, you sort of have to justify your place. So, a lot of times when there are things that let's say you all working in engineering, product, and design have to justify something, or you know that something is good for the organization and you have to justify that. And again, executives are looking at this as a cost center, not as like sort of like an innovation place. How do you justify that if there's not a clear, immediate ROI currently on paper? How do you frame that conversation?
Cool, thank you. So, as you probably heard, today I'm in product. I was an engineer many years ago, and I'm probably in a galaxy far, far away. But I'll do my best, maybe in the context of kind of like the role that I play today, and I've been in product managing like developer first products for about 15 years now. And one of the things that I learned along the way is, as you're like building a business case, trying to pitch for incremental investments, you know, the metrics, right, or the outcomes that maybe I was focused on or passionate about were not directly like correlating to like your CEO or your CFO, or sometimes even your CPO, right, that maybe is not so attached, in this case, to developers, right? I think about dev satisfaction, I think about, time to hello world, I think about like dev signups, I think about kind of like, incremental integrations. None of that correlates with them. So my point here is, as you're thinking about kind of like asking for support on either investments, it's like focus more on like the outcomes that really matter to them. And again, what are the things that matter to them, especially if you're talking about like CIO, CFO? What are the things that, if you're a public company, what are the things that actually report to the street? What is it? Sales, churn, right? What are the how can you actually connect the things that you're driving to those things, right? And the reason why I mentioned like from a context of like developer first products, right? It's like a lot of times, especially for at least, like for example, where I'm at right now at DocuSign, the biggest value that developers bring is really for like our highest and most important like and biggest customers, right? Thinking of like enterprise, thinking about like, big, ISVs, right? And a lot of those like investments that you're actually putting in initially, right? A lot of times to actually take time to actually get that return, in the sense of, hey, just because you're putting an API out there and it's being tested and used by, for example, developers, the returns, right, or the value, right, and the things that actually connect to like that really high up in the executive chain are going to take a lot of time, right? So, if you've talked to any enterprise developer, right, getting on their roadmap probably takes 6 months, right, between the time you engage with them, between the time you understand the problem that they need to be solving, how the thing that you has actually takes time, how you can actually, and how it actually reflects some value, right, that you can actually attribute to. And that you also think about like churn, right? So again, my 2 cents here is like always try to like connect the thing that you're doing. Don't be selfish and think about, hey, kind of like the outcome or the activity that matters to you, but more about thinking, try to translate that to the mind of the executives.
IT isn't always a cost center. There's a cost. Sometimes you might be in a, I don't know, this just pops in my mind, like in printing services, which is not strategic, or it could be, depending on where you're at. But my first advice is, if you are in something that's commoditized, change the narrative. Like, know the outsource options in what they offer and find a way to do it better internally. Connect with your business, right? Like, at all levels, as leaders, we clearly need to connect with our business partners. But if you're a developer in here, know the analyst that works for the business and know what matters to them. And then know your competitors, and so share with your team and your manager and your managers how you can do things better, what the competitors are doing. I summarize, and by the way, in a lot of this, I summarize as know the business, know what your company does, and what they're trying to do, what the business goals are, and know their strategy, and take that to heart with what you're doing with stories and features and bug fixes. We had a business, know the business problems, right? My whole department was created. We do e-commerce, and we had a number of sites that we ran on Shopify, and our business had a great problem. They had a site that had requirements that they couldn't do on Shopify, and they managed that in the business. So they came to technology and said, we need some help. Can you help? And you always say, yes, we can help. And we built a platform and extended a platform you can sign up with without, drop-in names. And there's great ones out there, but we extended the platform and built a sports and hospitality e-commerce system. And we knew our business problems, and we knew what they paid Shopify and where the costs were. And so we worked with the business to then work with Stripe, our payment partner, to find a way to get great rates. And then we had 70 sites we ran on Shopify, and when you can cut their costs where they were disappointed to have to invest in this platform, well, then when they find out you can make it cheaper to run those sites on the investment, it's a win-win. And so where it's a cost, it ends up making the business a little more profitable, and they appreciate that. So anyhow, that all happens when you know the business, you know their strategy, you understand what they're paying in other places. So.
Thank you. The things that you guys are talking about actually is, I think it also depends on what type of organization you're in, right? So, I grew up in the Silicon Valley. A lot of our customers are in the Silicon Valley. And, I run this leadership podcast, and I was talking to somebody a few months ago, and they were talking about being a part of a big tech company. So when you're a part of a big tech company, right, it's like, it's funny because the maintenance parts, right? The sort of like, oh, we need to maintain the system that's working, and maybe it's contributing to 90% of our revenue, but then we're spending 50x on innovation. So all of the budget goes towards the innovation and engineering, and everybody is like clapping and this and that about innovation, and they're spending so much money on this, and it's not contributing to any of the revenue. And then everybody who's maintaining all the systems that are actually making all the money for that business, is not celebrated as much. So that really resonates with me, right? Like, I think, again, sometimes a lot of people look at, IT or technology, and they forget that, and especially people who are maybe executives who are more business focused, not technology forward executives, they forget that, like, well, this is a SaaS company, and, this is kind of how you make all your money. So so I think that also comes with the culture of leadership, right? Like, you have to sort of, you have to celebrate everybody equally, because you don't want to, the people who, again, who are running those systems, you don't want them to feel like not valued, right? So, there's sort of a follow-up question to that, which is, how do you balance the roadmap between sort of like new revenue generating features and then sort of defense, which is stability, security, maintenance, right? I mean, developers, we often talk about tech debt, and I still remember when I had my first startup, I wasn't technical, and my CTO would always come to me and say, do you want it the fast way, where we're going to have to incur tech debt, or do you want it the right way? 1 day or 2 weeks, what do you want? And I'd always say, well, obviously 1 day. And so you just don't understand that as a non-technical person, right? I didn't understand that until I became a developer. But how do you balance that, and how do you actually ask for those things that are going to be super important from a maintenance perspective?
Yeah, no. I think, going back to my product mindset, right? I think first thing to me is like, it's only one roadmap. It's only one backlog, right? And it's like, so as you're, when I think about tech debt, when I think about, the need for upgrading library X, right, versus working on X new incremental feature, et cetera, right? I think it is a partnership in the sense of like, product needs to weigh in as on all these things as much as they do like on upgrading to a new stack or addressing X functionality versus investing in X capability. Just like engineering needs to like weigh in the sense of, hey, what thing matters more than the other, right? So it's in the end, it's all about like, hey, how do you articulate in terms of like why it matters? Or why does it matter to actually move, to address this technical debt, right? To your point, Tracy, you may, based on what you're working on, let it be product, infrastructure, et cetera, depends on where you are in the life cycle, you may be willing to take, other sacrifices or say, hey, we're just starting off, new product, low adoption, you're willing to actually take more risk. With more adoption that you get, adoption comes with a price, right? In the sense of, hey, as customers and users are actually using your product, you've got their trust, but they also expect a commitment from you, which maybe means that you kind of like need to balance a little more of these things off. So I guess my TLDR here is like, hey, I look at things as one one backlog, and the importance of like partnership in terms of, hey, defining what you invest in and why it matters and how it actually correlates to like the bigger outcomes that you're looking to achieve is kind of like the source of truth. Yeah.
So I already said I work at a sports and hospitality company, and by the way, we are a cost center, right? We make our business is running stadiums and experiences, right? Pro sports, Taylor Swift concerts. Tech is not where the money comes from. But I'll use a sports analogy. If, investing is offense, I will say defense wins games, right? And so if you own systems, if you're building systems, right, things that I always preach, when I inherited this platform and this team, the business had some problems with releases that would cause pain. And so we stopped releasing and dug into the problems, but we focus on two big things, and that's availability and return to service. And, I don't get into all the agile delivery metrics and velocity. I care about two things, and that's availability, or the opposite, pain minutes or outage time, and then how quick we get things back up. And as I was looking at my watch, we had a release this morning, and there was an issue, and I was getting updates, and so I apologize. But anyhow, that if your business is selling things or moving things, and your system's not up, you're not doing the value add, and there's an issue, right? We all want to add bells and whistles and spinners and blinkers or whatever to the site or to the business, but the fundamental business is what you're running, and so be online, and if you're not, get online quickly. Those things really matter to me, and I think will matter to your business partners is, you're learning their business, the business is selling or moving, and again, you've got to have your systems up. So to me, that's where I start. Focus on that. If you have technical story points, spend them on that, how to fix those things, and your business will appreciate it.
I love that. Thank you. It reminds me of one of our customers. They're an education platform, and it's run by a few executives who are all non-technical. And I still remember the first time we did a release with them. They're like, "Wow, that went smoothly." There were like no issues, and they so weren't used to that, right? And so I think perception, like Alex in his last talk, like mentioned this idea of making sure you have your team creates a perception of value add with the business. But Eric and Julian, again, you guys work. I mean, Julian, I don't know if you consider like DocuSign. I feel like is like it is a tech company, but it's like a tech-enabled company too. Do you know what I'm saying? And do you feel that way, or do you feel like you're like is it similar to Google, or would you feel like it's more like document focused and contracts and fintech finance type focused?
I hope not.
Well, but but like Eric, right? You're talking about like, look, this isn't the business, like sort of like the tech runs, that's not part of your core business, if you will, right? So, just like the conversation I was just having of this like non-technical company that we sort of helped, and then, okay, all of a sudden the releases are going well, and, we sort of had to like create a seat at the table with the executives. And so a lot of times, top down, right? It's like, okay, well, executives are like, well, we want to solve this problem, so we're going to figure out how to solve the problem, and then we're going to bring it to these people, these, the EPD department, and like have them solve that problem. But a lot of times when it goes down to that, and engineers or product doesn't have like sort of a seat at the table, then we all know that that's a little bit dangerous, right? So the ultimate goal is to have that sort of like seat at the table before the strategy is set, to become a true business partner in that sense. So how do you shift that, or make that shift, or make sure that engineering, product, et cetera, has a seat at the table?
Sure, sure. Delivering, right? I think it's two-part. It's you deliver and you build trust, and you build trust and you keep delivering. And, we have our role, right? We're in technology. We enable. We might, if you're at a tech company, you are embedded more with the business. But if you're not, they still rely on you for whatever the services you are providing. So, deliver them, back to my previous answer, reliably, consistently, then you'll build trust. Then as you're building trust and you've proven, to call back to another answer, that you know the business, they'll say, could you just come to this meeting with me? We have another internal business partner, and our platform's running, and we'd like you to help us talk about how it's always running, and or something you've done. But once you've got that partnership, I always think of myself as a problem solver. I'm a partner that helps you solve problems, and that's what we do. And when you have that trust, we have a third. I ran B2C and B2B e-commerce, and we had a different division that ran on a commodity platform, and they had some efficiency issues and cost issues, and their business partner said, hey, you could probably run on our platform, and they invited us to the table, and we were a part of the strategy, and now I run 250 of their sites on my platform because the business partner trusted me because I helped them. They extended me to a peer of theirs, and we run their business now, right? And so I'm a cost center, but our platform's cheaper and, again, more available, and has features they didn't have that now helps them sell, right? But again, that all came from trust, partnering, being a friend with your business partner.
Okay, I'll answer real quick here. I think the one thing to me is like shared accountability. I'm sure, assuming that the majority of the people in this room are probably engineers or engineering leaders, and you probably have some crazy product counterpart, right, that's driving your roadmap. You have to listen to them every now and then. I think that if today in that context,
they're watching.
Who knows? Yeah. No, but in that context, right? If you don't have like shared, defined goals, right, then there's a big problem, right? And a lot of that should be like tied to like what are the outcomes, right, that you're actually looking to solve? Because believe me, maybe you are not thinking about like the things I mentioned earlier, right? That maybe are top of mind for your CEO or your CFO, but your CTO has that top of mind. So as you're like presenting like potentially needs, asks, etc., you need to your CTO or your leadership, that needs to come across like crystal clear. And the more important that you have that partnership with like product that maybe has more of a business mindset and outcome, I think the farther you actually go along together. So.
I love that. Well, this all resonates really well with me. I spend a lot of time, obviously, with developers, but I also spend a lot of time with director level, VP level type folks. And, especially I do a lot of women in leadership stuff. And so women, of course, were always like, well, how do we get a seat at the table? And how do we break into the C-suite? And, I'm sure men have that conversation as well. But I would also say, right, like the thing that I hear sort of common is, focus on the business, understand your business. And, just like everybody's, trying to, engineers, you're trying to get into AI, trying to learn AI, trying to whatever as well, exercising this muscle of like how to talk to business partners, how to, understand what business value you're providing to the organization. And even as an engineer on a team, you should also be asking those questions, because if you're not working on things that are true to the business, or you don't understand what business value you're bringing, even as an individual engineer on a team, on a Scrum team, then you're doing yourself a disservice, right? Because that. So thank you so much. These guys are amazing. Definitely look them up on LinkedIn or hang out with them and grab them after this talk. And thank you so much for joining us all.
Awesome. Sweet. Cool. Yeah, we'll give it a second.
Good thing I'm quick.
Fast reflexes, the Matrix. Cool. Awesome. Thank you guys all for being here. And a big round of applause for the volunteers and the organizers and everybody. It's been a great time. Appreciate it. So, hi everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Quick question. How many of us are interested in RAG or building RAG applications? Okay, it's like 90% of everybody. Okay. Well, so what we're talking about is working with data, right? Because data is the core component behind data pipelines, warehouses, but more recently it's been about building applications that can use our data using LLMs, right? The question and answering over our documents, our PDFs. But right now, we're mainly focused on just text, right? On taking maybe from OCR, all of that text from a PDF and chunking that. But what we're going to show you is an open source project and what we've been using recently in order to work with PDFs, work with different types of proprietary and open source file formats to get them ready for AI workflows. So that's going to be the topic of today's presentation. You're going to see some cool live demos, hopping back and forth, going from PDFs, going from websites, going from images, right? All of this content that we have, tables that we can use in RAG workflows. We're going to show how to work with these, and hopefully it's going to be a fun time. So just a quick introduction. I'm Cedric, and I work as an open source engineer and advocate here at Red Hat. I've been working on container tools for a while, if anyone knows Podman, and I have the wonderful Legree as well.
Hey guys. Hey, I'm Legree. I'm also a developer advocate at Red Hat, doing a bunch of artificial intelligence stuff with Cedric.
Yes, and all open source, which is fun. So what's funny is that, you know, we don't really think about it, but 85% of the world's data is in unstructured formats. So think about everything other than SQL databases is data that can be hard to work with for LLMs, because LLMs work with JSON, they work with Markdown, right? All these simple text formats that are simple language, right? And if you want to take your PDFs or other file formats and get those ready for RAG workflows and applications, well, you might have to work with proprietary services or send your data to someone else. We're going to show you how to do that all completely local, so that you can parse charts, you can parse tables, go beyond just simple OCR, go to audio and photos and have all of that content ready to be taken and used in a RAG workflow. So we'll use an open source project called Dockling to do this. This is a recent project from IBM Research, but it's been quickly growing in popularity at 40,000 stars on GitHub. And I know that we're not able to use Google Slides for now, but if you want to copy this link, you could get the slides, or they're also on the website. So we'll go through a couple different demos. One of them is parsing that unstructured data from PDFs, from the tables in a PDF, the images in a PDF, all of that content, and then taking that, chunking that in a specific way to get the best results back from a Q&A app that we'll show deployed on our local machine. So over to you, Lucy.
All right. Okay, guys. So why is there a need for advanced document processing? Data is obviously the key ingredient behind artificial intelligence applications. You guys have probably heard the term trash in, trash out. The quality of your model is going to be the quality of your data. And there's a lot of data, as Cedric mentioned, that is unstructured. It's not in a SQL database. It's things like technical documentation, meeting minutes, financial documents, knowledge base articles, all things that could differentiate your customized large language model from all of the other customized large language models out there that we want to be able to get into a format that artificial intelligence large language models can ingest. So once we can ingest them, then we can do things like RAG and fine-tuning to then customize those LLMs like we spoke about. We can pull models from Hugging Face. We can use models like DeepSeek. We can use OpenAI's new model that they just open sourced. There's a bunch of different things that we can play with, work with, and make our own for whatever our use case is. And data processing and prep is quite important. Like a year ago, we came across this tweet of someone saying like this brand new term was cited in 20+ research papers because of inaccurate data processing that couldn't tell the difference between these columns right here. So if you look here, you can see like there is a line there. And as a human, we know that this is one paragraph and then we go over and there's another paragraph. But with optical character recognition, OCR, it can't necessarily tell the structure of the articles, the data that you're putting into it. And there are different things that you can use that understand structure. But if you're just using typical OCR, it might miss this. And something like vegetative electron microscopy might be cited in 20 research papers. Yikes. So a simple PDF parser, again, we just went over how that can go horribly wrong. It can be incomplete, it won't understand your structure, it can be noisy. But then the alternative is to put something into ChatGPT and have them parse out your data like that. But that's going to be hard to do at scale. That's going to be expensive. And then you're having to give your data away. It's not local anymore, right? And if we have stuff that's sensitive, we might not want to put it into the ether. So we want to introduce a project called Dockling. Cedric mentioned it briefly at the front. This is from IBM, and it's going to combine OCR and typical PDF parsing technology with optical AI, right? Models that can understand structure, can understand tables, can understand images, and extract data from there. So here it is. As I just mentioned, it can do advanced PDF understanding with page layout understanding, table structure, code, formulas, and it has a plug-and-play ecosystem integrations, lots of cool features. We're going to go over those, and we're going to take it all the way from unstructured data to large language model chatbot application with your new data in it. All right, back to Cedric.
Let's do it. And at the bottom here, we just kind of, well, this announcement's a few months old, but it's part of the Linux Foundation now among some other projects that were donated. So there's now a governing organization. You can trust it's always going to be an open source project. And if you install it on the CLI, there's kind of a wrapper here. Oops, I tried to do laser, but there's no laser. There's a CLI in order to just use it from a terminal, so you could do a dockling and genuinely the file of your local PDF or something that's hosted remotely and get that straight to JSON or to Markdown so you can start to see the results just like that. The demos we're going to be doing today, let's have some fun, are, though, going to be using the library for Python. So over here, and I've got the repo for this that I can share at the end of the presentation. We've got a couple different notebooks we're going to have some fun with that are going to show some of the functionality of dockling and kind of before and after, right? So a library that's commonly used for doing parsing from the web or from local documents is Beautiful Soup. But the thing is, it really, really depends now on, how, well, one, the quality of the data, but also, two, the amount of data we have. Because with token cost rising, every token that you have is charged, right, in some sort of way on ChatGPT's API or Claude's API. So you have to be very sensitive about how much data we're chunking and how much data we're getting back from our results. And when we have reasoning models, this gets even longer. So let's go ahead and import Beautiful Soup, and we're also going to do something that is a token count. So we'll use, as an example, GPT-4 Turbo. Does anyone know Sunny Brian's? It's like a barbecue spot down the road. Okay, we still got to hit it soon. But if I kind of open this up in my browser, right, this is all information that if we wanted some Johnny Bryan's, Q&A bot on the right-hand side to be like, hey, I want catering, we could, chunk this information, embed it in a vector database, and have it parsed so that we can ask questions with an LLM. Now, let's go back over here, and let's go ahead and just take this source, right, and we're going to use request to get that information back, and then we're just going to parse how many tokens there are in this HTML index page, right? So you can see all this information. This is the, it's on some, WordPress CMS. We've got a little bit of documentation information here, right? If we're just parsing all of that raw information, can start to really build up. So even tools like Beautiful Soup have ways to do HTML parsing, right? So if we just do the HTML, the raw data from that page, we end up getting much, much less information. But the thing is, all of this isn't formatted in a way that's, one, readable by humans, and two, readable by LLMs, right? We've got a little bit of information here, but nothing's really kind of formatted in the way that one would read, right? And so if we try to put this into a RAG application, we're going to get bad results back. As Legris said, garbage in, garbage out. So let's come over here. And so this is before parsing and after parsing, right? It's a basic example. And what Dockling does, so I'm importing the Dockling document converter, and we're going back to that same website. We're doing converter.convert and just putting that into Markdown locally here in a Jupyter notebook. We see the same website, but now it's a little bit different. So Dockling is really focused on the layout of a website. So you can see that, hey, the header would be one singular, was this is hashtag, right? Okay, sorry. And then, you have the markdown embeds for links, right? You have all of this information that before we weren't able to get from a simple library like Beautiful Soup, right? But then let's go to PDFs. So let's go to something that's a little bit more complex. Here I have a report from a charity, right? So this is their annual report, a food bank. And a food bank like this is going to have a lot of information that would be really helpful to be able to query on, right? There's images, there's headers, there's table of contents, and the biggest thing now that people struggle with in RAG applications is taking data from charts like this, right? If you were to do OCR, you're going to not have that layout preserved. But if we go back over here, let's try this out. So in the experimentation, we'll parse, instead of that website, we're going to do that PDF that we have locally in my test folder. You can see here that you could either use, I think this is the Mac Silicon accelerator, but you could use CPU as well to then get that information back. We see, hey, annual report. And remember that table that we had. Now the table has been, because of a vision model, been parsed. And we're going to talk about how this works here in a second. But we have all of the tables, we have all of the columns preserved. And so now if I was to take this and then use that in a RAG application, we'd get much better results back than something that would be a singular line or truncated, right? So that brings us back over to the presentation, because just like a Hollywood movie, there's a lot happening behind the scenes, right? This is what we see, but what's actually happening in the background is a little bit different. The document layout is really important when you're working with PDFs especially, right? Because PDFs, it's a easy to use file for humans, but the thing is, this is more or less a proprietary format that's not easily encodable and usable by an LLM. So behind the scenes, what's actually happening is we're uncovering the document's characters, the words, and the lines. And so before any OCR is even done, there's a few different models that will, one, pass through the tables and graphs, and two, pass through all of the different text, words, and lines. And you could use a variety of different models for this. What's cool about Dockling is it's a modular architecture. So you could, say, use Gemma for images. So if I have, some type of photo, I could pass that with a vision model, or we could use one of these small models. So Hugging Face actually, releases small LMs, so they perform very well and can be used just on CPU, as well as vision models. So you could use small VLM, and that's what we're using here in Dockling in order to do layout recognition. So let's say let's go back to this document. I have personally identifiable information somewhere in this PDF. What we can do is use Dockling to uncover the layout so that when we get the results back, we can see the bounding box exactly where that information is. So we could censor that out, right? We could use this locally, but also censor out all of that information. Now, what we're also going to take a look at is chunking. So chunking is just a way of separating one big document into a database so we can retrieve that. But there always is a small context window, and every embedding model from OpenAI's to Hugging Face models are different, right? And there's a variety of different chunking strategies. So the most basic is just by token count. Hey, 500 tokens go here, 500 tokens go there, and we just parse the whole file. There's also semantic chunking, so every paragraph, I want you to break that up. Overlap chunking, so that, hey, even though we're splitting it up by paragraph, we're going to have about 10% of the upper paragraph and 10% of the lower paragraph into one chunk. Recursive chunking, which is just hierarchically, so going down the document. And then real hierarchical is by tables and by sections and columns and table of content. That's how we're breaking it up. So a lot of us might use LangChain, right? Raise your hand if you've used LangChain before in your apps. So LangChain makes it really easy from the client side to make the calls to a model and to build a RAG application. But if you're using by default the recursive character text splitter, literally what's happening in the background is we're splitting it up, say it's a Python file by a class, or maybe by headers or something in the document. And so this preserves this semantical content, but the thing is it can get kind of messy if there's different parts of information that are related, but they aren't chunked together, because then we get bad results from our application. So if we were to actually take, say for example, this blog and just do recursive character splitting on it, well, we would chunk, say, for example, the title, and then the first sentence and the second sentence. But those two sentences are related, right? So why not keep them in the same chunk? So it's really important, if you're looking to get the best results back, to ensure that those chunks are related and that they're grouped together. If not, you're going to have two different pieces of information, and the LLM has to determine if they're related or not, and then it's kind of just a guessing game. So there could be overlaps, and that's what we talked about earlier. But it's really just something like this, right? It's separating by every time it sees class or a definition or something like that, and maybe doing a little bit of overlap. What we're going to show real quick is a hybrid way to do this chunking. So if I've already parsed that document, what I can use is something called dockling document. It's a pydantic data type to separate the different headers, the different columns, the text, the tables all together by relevance. So we would have, say, for example, chunk number 1 and chunk number 2, and all of these are similar content in the actual document, right? So we're not going randomly by, hey, this is one class and this is a second class. It's by what's related in the format of the document. So we'll actually try this out here in a second. So let's come over here, and we're going to first, actually, I should have shown this earlier, is doing multiple formats of conversion, so PDF or PowerPoint or PDF. And when we parse that with dockling, so we're setting up a converter right here, allowing for all these data types, and then printing them out locally. Well, we've got not only Markdown for this, so this is what we saw earlier, but JSON if we want to parse through there, or maybe, for example, YAML. And so this allows me to reference all of the different components and start building out some type of data lake or data warehouse with all of our PDFs and run it local. So let's come back over here. I want to show one more cool thing before we get to the chunking is, we have a lot of images in our PDFs or documents, right? So what we're doing here, let me actually come back over here, is we're saying, hey, to a vision language model, describe the image in 3 sentences. And so when we actually run this, and I'll just skip down in the sake of time, we can see that, hey, we've got a couple different, logos, but let's say we've got, some people in an image, and we can use annotations from a 250 million parameter model to say, what's happening in the image, and then combine that, and we're actually chunking. Okay, so let's go back to that hybrid chunking. So we're over here, and we've imported dockling. We've imported that PDF as well. And we've done just the parsing, right? We're going to use a hybrid chunker to then go through, and we're going to, by about every 300 tokens, just chunk it, right? So we've got the first chunk of the annual report and what it's doing, and the second one, a message from the co-founder, and then we'll keep on going down, and all of this information is now related contextually in the document. So it's hierarchy, but it's also the layout, which is really cool. Okay, so one more thing is that, hey, we've seen both LangChain's approach, we've seen Dockling's approach. Let's actually see this in action. So we have another repository that we're going to show you here, but it actually shows a little bit of both at the same time. So if we go over here, we've actually set up, and we're using this with a local model, which is really cool. So we're using OLLAMA and the Llama 3.2. And we're actually going to go and show you really quickly that it's a little bit of a larger file, but that we're building a RAG pipeline. So we're saying, hey, answer the question based on the knowledge you have, the chunks, right? And then we're also setting up one for Dockling. So we're using Dockling's hybrid chunker, loading in the documents and then doing the chunking. And then we're also doing one for recursive with LangChain. So we're just going to compare them, and when we actually come out here to our application, let's go ahead and do a quick refresh. So we're using a specific new PDF, and that one is just a technical documentation about the project. So if I come over here, we can see that PDF here. Ooh, here's the new PDF. Awesome. So this is just the report that, kind of similar to the first example you showed, where we have 2 different paragraph segments, left and right, broken up. We've also got images here, and then we'll also have tables down at the bottom, right? So all relevant information and more data that we could use to power an application. Now, let's come back and let's ask a question. Maybe let's ask something about this pipeline here. So if I come over here to our application, let me make this a little bit bigger. We're using the pretty standard mini LM embedding model to take our English language into vectors or embeddings. And then we'll use a Llama 3.2 to actually be the natural language so that we have those chunks answer the question. And then let's ask, like, yeah, you got it. Like, what is the Dockling pipeline or something, right? So this model wasn't trained on information about Dockling, right? We're going to simply be using the data that it's going to be doing during chunking. And we're going to be comparing just this hybrid chunker and just a basic, recursive character chunker. So we've got 2 answers here. Pretty good. You've got 2 PDF pipelines. Appears to be an orchestration layer. So the way we actually get that, and let's actually go into the debugging information, is by, is by doing those chunks, right? So the chunks here using Dockling, when we actually parse that document for the layout, is in different sections, right? So 3.3 pipelines, and then it says, hey, pipelines is this, right? Page 7, ecosystem, we've got a figure here, so it parsed that figure, right? If we're just using some type of simple chunking method, we're getting kind of a cut piece of information. So instead of having those sections, right, we're having just a kind of snippet of information with a little bit of overlap. So we've got 3.3 pipelines, but then we also have the next sentence, and then it cuts off, right? Or we have the sentence before, and it cuts off because it's just 10% of those tokens, right? So it's really important when you're trying to get the best results back that you have the right chunks and the right chunking method and maybe re-ranking as well to get those results back. So this is the full prompt we gave to that model. What is the Dockling pipeline and that contextual information? And you can see the different chunks here and the different sections versus, hey, recursive character. If we go back over here, it's kind of just little snippets, but they're not as relevant to the initial question, but that's because the way we chunk them. So that's all to say is that, it's really important to get the best results back. Something like this is the method that you use to chunk the data in the source data itself. So that was, fun little experiment. You can kind of see this in the chunking statistics here, that all these chunks, you can see the token count for recursive or the basic method are just like 120 tokens, right? But on the left side, we're able to get a more even distribution of sizes of chunks, but also the quantity, right? So cool little experiment. If you guys would like to see this repository, we'll link to it at the end. And speaking of the end, I think we might be cutting it a little bit close. If you want to check out the slides again or connect with us, please feel free. And we'd love to answer any questions and hope you try out the project. It's at dockling.io or just dockling on GitHub. And hope you use it. It's open source. Feel free to open an issue or contribute, part of the Linux Foundation. And we'll be here in the hallway if you want to answer any questions. And yeah.
Thank y'all.
We'll stick around. We got like a minute left. If anyone's curious on maybe how it works in the background or anything like that.
What do we have?
Yes, so that's a good question. Let's say you scan like a PDF or something like that. So that's tricky. At the end of the day, it just will use your OCR engine, so Tesseract or Easy OCR or something like that. So it won't be any different than any other method that you already using. Well, yeah, good question.
Yeah.
It's more, let's say you have columns, tables, images, more all the digital side. But it's still, if you scan a PDF and it's cursive or something, it'll just use default basic image.
Yeah, the value prop here is that it understands the structure of data that's structured for humans to understand it, to go beyond OCR. What's up?
Yeah, so we were trying to train a model in the Czech language, and so it just turns out it depends on the base model you're using in order to that'll actually understand the chunks or that data. So the example that we were doing is let me see. Is there's like, for example, like the Czech language had this benchmark of which language model would do the best in their language. So the top one was DeepSeek and then Llama. So it just depends on like if model understands Spanish or another language or something like that with the base model itself. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I think we got to run, but thank you guys. Hope that had a fun time.
All for coming. Today we're going to talk about split-second leadership, mastering your emotions before they master you. So we're really talking about emotional intelligence here. My name is Jeremy Barger. A little bit about me, developer since 2007, managing team for 17 years, 5 continents, across 20 countries. So I've had a wide-ranging experience with many different types of people. Normally, I always like to start with a story that illustrates what we're going to be talking about, but with 25 minutes, I don't think I have time. So we're going to get right into the basics of emotional intelligence. And before we start, we have to agree upon a definition of what emotional intelligence is. So at its very basic, everyone agrees that it is the ability to monitor and identify the emotions and feelings that you have. Right? We're talking about emotional self-awareness today, so worrying about the emotions that others display, not so pertinent to this, but definitely the emotion and feelings within yourself. The second thing is the ability to distinguish between those emotions. And we're not talking about something as simple as the difference between being happy and sad. We're talking about the difference between, say, being agitated, right, and angry, or frustrated. And once you have that information, you have to be able to use it to then regulate your own emotions. So having that information, you use it to guide what you do as you move forward. So a little bit about emotions. This is where a lot of information is going to be thrown at you. So I'm sorry, I tried to cut it down as much as I could to get it as quickly as I could. For years, the standard theory was that emotions were universal. They were instinctual. They came from what scientists call the lizard brain, right? So humans have evolved over millions of years. And starting with our smallest brain, that's where all of our emotions came from. The problem is that this is just not true, right? As scientific and medical technology has advanced, they have been able to actually do live scans of people's brains as they are experiencing emotions. And they have found that there is no one spot of the brain that is responsible for eliciting any emotion. So you can feel anger from one part of your brain today. Tomorrow something might happen that will cause a different part of your brain to fire off and result in that same emotion. So with this, we know that all emotions are sensations, right? So everything that you've ever felt is simply an electrical signal that has been interpreted by your brain. And it's been handled by your limbic system, the thalamus, right? But they're just sensations. So I start here because a lot of people think that emotions are things you can't control. They view the individual as a passive element in emotions. They happen to you, and you have no power over them. You just have to feel them, right? But that's not true. They're just sensations. All sensations can be controlled. The second thing that you need to know is that emotions are unique, right? So I've had several people ask me this week, hey, are you nervous about speaking and commit your code? I say no, right? Because I'm not. I've spoke to many groups. This is a very comfortable, familiar situation for me. But all of those people that have asked have said, well, if it was me, I would be terrified. Well, if emotions are truly universal, then this situation would have a universal emotion attached to it. If it's terrifying for them, it would be terrifying for me. But it's not. More to the point, what I experience as happiness may not be the same thing that you experience as happiness. What you get angry about might not make me angry at all, but when we both are angry, we're feeling very different things. It's a very different experience for both of us. So that's what I mean when I say that they are unique. Great story to prove that. I was working for a company once that was under a deadline that had been set by the federal government because I was working in an industry that was highly regulated by the government. We were up against the clock. We were working nonstop. We were giving each other 4-hour shifts to go home, shower, eat something, and come back, and we would continue working. We had been doing this for maybe 4 days, and my boss pulled me aside one day, and he said, hey, just want to know, are you still happy working here? Do you care about this job? Do you like what we're doing? And I was like, sure. I'm very happy here. I love working with you guys, and it's true. It was a great team. Loved everybody that I worked with. But he said, well, everybody else has been stressed to the max, and you just don't seem like you're stressed at all. And he's right. I was not stressed because I've been in truly stressful situations. So I told him, like, no one's shooting at me. I'm not being attacked. No one's screaming, right? We're under a deadline, but it's not the end of the world for me. But for them, that situation was incredibly stressful. So if we know that emotions are sensations, we know that they're not universal because we know that they're also unique, then what exactly are emotions? How do they come to be? Well, the truth is that all emotions are created. So when I say that emotions are not instinctual, I don't mean that emotions are not unconscious sometimes. So all of the emotions that you feel are created by you. So when you get angry, you have made yourself angry. When you get sad, you have made yourself sad. You've done this because of one, social conditioning. You find yourself in a situation that people tell you is sad, and therefore you become sad, right? Sometimes you see something tragic, and to you, that is an extremely emotional, sad experience, but for other people, it might not be. So when I say that you create your emotions, I'm not trying to point fingers or blame or tell you that it's all your fault, but it is you doing it. You are not passive. You are very active in the process. And when I say that they can be unconscious, if you were raised by parents that were overbearing, right, where your best was never good enough, well, you probably have developed a somewhat defensive mechanism as you have grown up and matured. So when you receive criticism that is given to you in a kind, constructive way, you automatically get defensive. But you don't know at that moment why you're getting defensive. Well, it's an unconscious choice that you made based on the experiences of your life. And that's what makes emotions unique. Every emotion that you feel is the culmination of your entire lived experience. And that can change, right? You look at people that are in the military that are in incredibly dangerous situations that carry high volumes of risk. They have learned to override those emotions, so they don't create them that way anymore. When they're in those situations, they feel a sense of calm because it's what they have literally trained for. So now that we've kind of established what emotions are and how they are made, we need to distinguish three different things: emoting versus reacting versus responding. So emoting is simply the emotion that you feel, right? And any emotion that you feel is real. I'm not trying to invalidate how anyone feels. That's not the point. The point is that you are emoting. When you emote, you have an instinctive need to react, right? Somebody says something that makes you angry, that you feel is rude. They're rude to someone that you really care about. Your instinct is to react, right? And that reaction is driven purely by the emotion because there's no thought that's gone into it. It's not been processed. It's not been reflected upon. It's instinctive. When you respond, that is done after you have taken time to actually think about the situation. You have assessed it in the culmination of your life. You know exactly why you feel the way you do. You know what set you off. You know what made you feel that way. And now you're choosing to respond in a way that might be completely different from the way you initially reacted. Right? So we've all, I don't know, you get cut off in traffic, you get really angry. But instead of slamming your car into theirs, you take a moment, you think about it, then you respond, right? You can honk the horn, you can flip them off. You could do many things, but the point here is that all three of these they're different stages of a feeling. You emote, you react, then you respond. Some people just react, they never get around to responding, and those are the people that we typically all don't like being around because they're not fun people. So with this, I've created a 3-step method that is very, very simple, right? That does not mean it's easy. People get that confused. When you hear the word simple, you automatically think easy, but here's a good way to remind yourself that simple is not easy. If I gave any one of you a pen and said, draw me a circle, that would be easy and simple. If I gave you that same pen and said, now draw me a perfect circle, well, that's still a simple request, but it's very difficult to do, right? So this process that I've deemed the IVR method is identify, verify, and rectify. Right? The first thing that you have to do is you have to identify the emotion that you are feeling. So what am I feeling, right? When you do this, you need to ask it without judgment. We don't want to judge, okay, well, you're angry and you shouldn't be. No, that's not the way to go. Oh, well, I feel guilty, but I shouldn't. No, we don't do that either. Here, we are simply trying to name the emotion, right? And to do this, you're going to have to broaden your emotional vocabulary. Most people don't have that at all. If I ask any of you in this room earlier today, hey, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Most people say, I'm good. right? If you ask people who are going through a difficult time, hey, how do you feel? Most of them say, I'm stressed. If there's basically 5, I think, basic emotions that people typically respond with: happiness, sadness, angry, stress, right? So you need to broaden that, because you might not just be angry, you might be agitated, you might be aggravated, you might be frustrated, right? The emotion that you're feeling might not be a response to the circumstances that you're currently facing. Right, a couple of things to keep in mind here. Don't forget the physical, right? Pay attention to your heart rate, pay attention to your breathing, pay attention to your muscles. Are you tense? A lot of people will be tense, they don't even know it. You can tell it when you look at them, but they don't know. Their breathing might be off, their tone of voice might be off. All of these are ways that you can notice in other people, but not yourself, because again, most people don't self-reflect that much. So when they're tense, it's always someone else's fault, because again, emotions are something that happen to you, not something that you do. So once you identify the emotion that you're feeling, what do you do with it? Well, you have to verify it, right? And what do I mean by that? Most people go, hey dude, if I'm angry, like it's pretty easy to know that I'm angry. Yeah, but why? Right? There were plenty of people that sent in papers, right, submissions to actually speak at this conference. Not very many of them were selected, right? Because there weren't that many slots available. I know some people that got rejection letters that when they did, they were pissed. They felt like they had been slighted, like they had been wronged. And then you ask them, all right, well, you feel like you were wronged. Are you sure, right? Does Danny have a grievance against you? Does he not like you? Well, no, Danny's a nice guy. Okay, so then you're probably not angry at Danny, so what is it? And then you dig down into the layers and eventually you find out that it's just disappointment, right? But instead of facing that disappointment, which is much tougher to do than just, I'm angry, I'm gonna be pissed. That's what most people do. So you have to ask yourself, why do I feel this way, right? Why do I feel angry? Why do I feel frustrated? Once you do that, you need to remember that just because a feeling is real does not mean it's valid. You might be angry for a reason that to you, instinctively, your reaction is, this is valid. But once you dig into it, you find out, no, it's not. That doesn't mean that you're not angry. That doesn't mean that you're not hurt. That doesn't mean that you're not frustrated. But the point is that the reason for that feeling is not valid. No one was trying to slight you. No one was trying to wrong you. No one had a grievance against you. You just have to get down to the reality of the situation versus what you view it as when you first feel that emotion. And then you also need to remember that accepting does not mean that you embrace it, right? So just because you accept that you are angry does not mean that you're embracing the fact that you're angry. A lot of people mistake feeling with being, right? I feel angry, so I need to be angry. I feel sad, so I need to be sad. That's not true. Most of the things that we feel, we don't need to be at all, ever. So once you verify the emotion, once you realize that yes, it is anger, it is sadness, there are a couple things to keep in mind about this. Emotions are extremely complex, right? We have feelings about feelings. We will be angry and then feel guilty about being angry, right? We will think that we will feel inefficient, right? And then we get angry that we feel inefficient about ourselves. And then that anger turns into frustration. So don't think that this is going to be easy. This is going to be a very hard process. Like I said, emotions are multi-layered. We've talked about that. Always seek out the cause and not the effect, right? Once you realize, yes, I'm angry, or yes, I'm sad, all right, that's cool. We don't care why, we just care what. And then we get to the why. The why might not be the cause, right? So it gets complicated because we're angry. We're angry because somebody said something to us that we found to be hurtful, when really that's not what they meant at all. I would tell you all what I originally titled this talk, but it would never get through the funnels. It was basically F your feelings. And I gave it a couple of ways with that title, and people would come to it pissed off, ready to tell me why I was wrong and why I was a jerk. They had never heard what I said. They read the title, they got angry, but that was it. So once we have identified, once we have verified our emotions, well, what do? Well, now we have to rectify them somehow, right? I thought about using pacify here as opposed to rectify, but that didn't quite sound right. So basically, we have to take what we're feeling and we have to get it to a point where we are using it in a productive way. So we start with how am I reacting, right? Because a lot of us will get angry, right? We will just shoot off with whatever emotion comes first because again, we've been socially constructed to believe that we have no power over that. Once you do that, you need to figure out how do you want to respond, right? And it really is about what you want. If somebody says something to you, your spouse says something, your boyfriend says something, your girlfriend says something that angers you, okay, you could blow up, right? But that is probably not going to lead to anything productive. It's not going to solve whatever situation you are in. So how would you like to respond, right? What do you want the endpoint to be? Where do you want to end up? Once you have that in mind, you can figure out what you need to do to get there. And then, as always, remember that reflecting is always greater than responding. People have gone off on me before. They have said some very unkind things. Some of them were earned, some of them were not, right? The ones that were not, I just stood there and I didn't say a word, right? Because I needed to reflect. I didn't want to shoot off and do something that I ended up regretting. And the military was a great place to train this into you because you hear a lot of things that you simply can't respond to. So you learn how not to respond. That's the most important thing because, and especially today with social media, we are all basically taught that everyone wants to hear our every thought, and that's just not true, right? Most of our thoughts are not beneficial to us, let alone other people. So with this, you need to bring order to chaos. To do this, you're going to have to elevate, right? You're going to have to remove yourself from the situation. You're going to have to dissociate from whatever is happening to take a look at you and what has just happened and how is it affecting you and then how do you want to respond. You can't do that when you're in the moment. That's why I always say that reflecting is the best way to go because you take a breath, you pause, and then you can respond. So, as always, seek control, not change, right? If you're angry, that's fine. We're not trying to change that. We're not trying to change the fact that you feel sad or depressed. We're just simply seeking control. So when you're angry, don't blow, don't start hanging out the window while you're driving down the interstate yelling at people because that won't lead anywhere good either. We want to control that anger. We want to control the sadness. We even want to control our happiness, right? You can kill a plant by watering it too much. So a good thing can also become toxic. So don't think that we only need to control negative emotions. We also need to control those positive emotions. And like I said, the best thing to do is to always take a breath. Before you speak, before you think, breathe. So once you have decided how you want to respond, that's what you do. Now, some things to remember, this will never end, right? This is a process that just does not stop because you're going to be dealing with new people and new situations until you die. And when that happens, your emotions, they're going to come out, right? The best way to do is to track down what is sparking those emotions. So if you don't get criticism well, find out why. Right? Remember that failure is inevitable. You are going to fail. You are going to snap at some point. You are going to react instead of respond. And when you do, it's no big deal, right? Just apologize if it's needed and move on. Journaling will help you with all of this, right? A lot of us, most people, they forget 70% probably of what they hear, think in a day, right? Think about all the thoughts that run through your head. How many will you remember tomorrow? Probably not a lot. So when you think of something, when something comes to mind, you need to write it down, especially when you're doing introspection and you're trying to figure out what your emotional triggers are, which I don't even like the term emotional trigger because again, that makes it sound passive. The emotion triggered you. No, you triggered the emotion, but why did you do that? Therapy is the gold star. So if you can go to therapy, you absolutely should. It will be helpful, but there are a shortage of therapists and they're also very expensive. So if you can get feedback from someone that you trust, right? A confident, someone that knows you very well, that will help you because you will learn things from them that you never saw in yourself, even if you were looking in a mirror. So one last thing, and I'm doing this because I really appreciate what Danny has done here. This is a 25-minute talk of something that I could talk about for probably 20 hours. So I'm launching a course, Emotional Intelligence for Everyone. Huge discount for anyone that uses the Commit Your Code 2025 discount code there. More importantly, all sales of this course, I'm going to donate 25% to CYC 2026. So if you scan that QR code, it will take you directly to the sales page for this course. and also goes for the virtual audience. Anybody can do this. I'm going to keep the cell going until the 26th of October. It is currently in production, being developed, so we will launch it at the end of October. One last thing that I want to say before I wrap up is when you think about your emotions, just remember that your brain is locked inside a cave, right? And one thing that always trips people up is that everything that you do is something that your brain has anticipated in the future. Your brain does not have the processing power to take in all of the visual clues in this room and process it in real time. Instead, it's making predictions about what you're going to see in this room and what you see in this room. And that's what it does with your emotions too. You find yourself in a situation, your brain makes a prediction. Well, we've been somewhere similar, and this is what happened. Therefore, we should gear ourselves up to react this way, when that might not be the best path forward. So just remember that, again, your brain locked in a cave. The only thing it knows is what it sees, what it hears, what it feels, what it smells, what it tastes, right? And all of those are electrical signals. And if you want to really take this idea home, just think about how many emotions can be sparked by a simple scent. Something that you smell that reminds you of childhood, or something you loved, your grandparents, your mom, your dad, your spouse, right? If a simple smell can elicit an emotion, that definitely means that you're creating it, because that smell might have no meaning to anyone else. So again, the emotions, they are not universal at all. We are right on time, and that was tough. I apologize for the quickness of the pace, but thank you all very much.
So what brought you to teaching about this?
I'm fascinated by it. I've always been fascinated by the variety of people and the variety of behaviors that you get from people that you think that you know very well, that you should know very well, that you've spent your entire life with, but yet they will turn around and do something that is so out of character from what you expect. So I'm just pure intrigue, I guess. That's just it.
Did you go to school at all?
I did. I majored in psychology and philosophy at the University of Kentucky.
Get along with my brother.
So, well, it's a useless degree that actually became useful, so.
He's a psychiatric nurse up in Seattle.
Nice.
Do you speak to high schoolers?
Yes, I've actually trained teams and individuals, including some folks at different schools for about 10 years.
Because I don't feel like a lot of our kids are equipped for it.
No, they're not. And again, that's because most of the kids are just taught, you feel what you feel. And when you feel it, you should share it.
For the parents in the room, if we have younger kids and we want to help them learn the emotional intelligence, so I have an 8-year-old, and she has trouble expressing her feelings, and I'm trying to teach her how to identify, talk about. Is there a certain phrase or a certain way that you might recommend somebody that's trying to help somebody else develop this?
Sure, especially with kids, just start with the I'm feeling, and let them say whatever they want, because again, it's valid. It's what they're feeling in the moment, or they wouldn't say it. And then
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, and then that you can say, well, why don't you know? Right? It annoys people to death when they talk to me, because I'm like, well, why don't you know? And if you don't know, then why are you acting anyway at all? Like, should you not be peaceful and tranquil? And then they always get upset. No, that's not what I mean. And I'm like, well, how do you mean anything if you don't have a motivation? So it's just the motivation.
I'll try that.
It will.
Get annoyed with me.
Oh, yes, people will get annoyed.
Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody else has questions, you can catch me outside.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is John Crichton, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Quanta Solutions, where we're working to implement agentic AI to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our electronic health records platform for hospice workers. As part of this process, we've been investigating AI agent protocols. AI agent protocols are a common language for multi-agent systems to communicate between heterogeneous agents. They're like HTTP for AI agents. Previously, interactions between AI systems were framework-specific, ad hoc, and lacked standardization. They were like private chat rooms where each participant was speaking a different native language. This made interoperability difficult, inefficient, and complex to integrate across diverse systems. The new protocols solve these issues by providing a standardized, common language for multi-agent communications akin to HTTP for web services. They enable seamless discovery, interaction, and collaboration between heterogeneous agents from different vendors and built on different frameworks. This standardization simplifies tool integration, enhances interoperability, and supports secure, structured, and asynchronous communications across different systems and domains. In essence, these protocols transform a fragmented landscape into a cohesive ecosystem, enabling AI agents and external tools to work together more effectively and efficiently than ever before. Now I'm going to walk through some of the more popular AI agent protocols, focusing on the protocols that we have been investigating. There are a lot of protocols out there, and this is a rapidly evolving landscape, so this is not a complete list, but does represent some of the more robust and complete protocols. The slides show the workflow so you can follow along there, and I'll give a description of each model and how each workflow functions, starting with the Model Context Protocol, or MCP, which was started by Anthropic. MCP is an open standard protocol for two-way communications between an LLM client and external systems or servers. Think of it like a USB-C port for external data sources. It allows agents to call other tools or agents in order to respond to queries from users. The query is the prompt given to the MCP client asking it to build an AI agent that can do a specific task. The MCP client intercepts the query and shares it with the large language model. The initial query is sent to the LLM by the client. The MCP client uses an LLM, and that LLM is responsible for generating answers based on the query and for choosing the right tool to obtain those answers. After the LLM is interfaced with, then it chooses the correct server. And the LLM sends a response to the client. Oh yeah, we did that. After the LLM sends a server selection request, the client optionally shares an approval request with the user for human-in-the-loop security. The chosen server is then used to complete the task given to it by the user, utilizing the user's query and the tool's data. After the processing is done, the result is then shared with the user. MCP is the best protocol for allowing AI assistants to access and act on real-time external context in a secure and standardized way. Agent-to-Agent Protocol, or A2A, was started at Google. It's an open standard protocol that defines how AI agents, even if created by different vendors or built on different frameworks, can discover, communicate, and collaborate. A2A handles agent-to-agent interoperability, while MCP enables agents to call external tools or data sources. In this example, the user sends a query to agent 1 or the client requesting a specific task or information. A public JSON file with the agent's capabilities, skills, endpoint URL, and authentication needs acts as a discovery card for clients. Through this agent card, the client discovers the capabilities for other agents, which helps them choose the best one for the current need. The task is the central unit of work. A client initiates a task by sending a message, and each task has a unique ID and progresses through the states. The server either streams server-sent events like status updates or artifacts as the task progresses, or processes the task synchronously, returning the final task object in the response. The task eventually reaches a terminal state, which is shown as the completion. After the task is completed, the result is sent back to the user through the chosen client agent. A2A is the best for enabling a network of modular AI agents to collaboratively solve multi-step real-world tasks through structured, asynchronous, inter-agent communication. Agent Communication Protocol, or ACP, is IBM's open, vendor-neutral protocol for standardizing communications between AI agents. ACP was initially introduced by IBM's BAI project and is now part of the Linux Foundation. It defines a RESTful HTTP-based wire format, enabling agents to exchange messages, assign tasks, and interact both synchronously and asynchronously. This protocol uses MCP servers from Anthropic in order to interact with cloud services. The ACP client discovers available agents such as Agent A and Agent B, shown in this example, via REST from a registry or a shared manifest. It retrieves metadata for Agent A and Agent B, including endpoints, capabilities, and security schemas, which are exposed via REST APIs. Agent A identifies Agent B's capabilities through metadata fetched from a manifest or a registry. Agent A then obtains a signed capability token that defines what it is authorized to ask Agent B. Agent A sends a structured HTTP post request to Agent B with the task details and capability token. Agent B then processes the request using its LangGraph framework and possibly interacts with cloud services via MCP. Agent B then streams real-time progress or results back to Agent A or to the ACP client using server-sent events. ACP is the best for enabling AI agents to work together on complex tasks, integrating legacy software, streaming data between agents, handling request cancellation, and ensuring persistency. Secure Low Latency Interactive Messaging, or SLIM, is part of Cisco's initiative called OutShift, which is focused on building the secure Internet of Agents. Cisco SLIM uses GPRC over HTTP2 as a standardized transport layer with built-in support for streaming, pub/sub, and request response patterns. Remote agents, we are showing LangGraph and Crew AI in this example. Register securely with a central agent gateway using GPRC over the central plane, establishing identity and capabilities. The agent gateway configures both control and data planes to manage authentication, messaging policies, namespaces, and agent routing. Agents exchange messages through the gateway using slim primitives that support request response, pub sub, fire and forget, and bidirectional streaming over GPRC. The gateway dynamically routes messages between the agents, possibly including an orchestrator, applying policies and tenant isolation rules in real time. All traffic is authenticated, authorized, and encrypted with transport security via HTTP2 TLS, and optionally encryption like MLS or payload level encryption. The gateway provides observability, telemetry, token rotation, and discovery services through agent manifests or cards, enabling robust lifecycle and operational monitoring. Slim is the best for composing event-driven multi-agent workflows, enabling agents to operate seamlessly across network boundaries. Agent Network Protocol, or ANP, is an open source framework that was started by the ANP team that enables efficient interoperability amongst heterogeneous AI agents. It communicates using JSON LD, decentralized identifiers, and a layered architecture for discovery, negotiation, and collaboration. In this example, we are showing a user who needs to access multiple agents in order to plan a trip. The agents are shown as a travel agent, which is an AI agent in this case, a hotel agent, an airline flight agent, and a weather agent. This starts with agent discovery. A local agent queries a discovery path, which is typically a predefined endpoint, to retrieve a list of available agents using JSON LD formatted metadata. The agent fetches detailed agent description files structured with JSON LD, which specify capabilities. The agent then constructs requests adhering to the application layer protocol standardized formats. Leveraging decentralized identifiers, the agent appends cryptographic credentials to requests, enabling end-to-end encrypted communication with the identity and encrypted communication layer. The agent transmits the requests over the meta protocol layer, which supports dynamic protocol negotiation using natural language. The agent processes requests formatted according to the application protocol layer, parsing JSON LD or similar structured data to extract and utilize the provided information or task outcomes. ANP is the best for collaboration amongst agents from diverse providers and structures in a multi-agent scenario, and is specifically designed for cross-domain agent communication and interoperability. Agora was started at the University of Oxford and is a scalable protocol enabling LLM agents to negotiate communication protocols using natural language and JSON. Agora uniquely transforms natural language requests into standardized protocols for flexible, user-centric agent interactions. This example is the same as the last one for the sake of simplicity, with the addition of a budget agent. This starts with user request parsing. A local agent interprets natural language user queries, extracting structured intent components using LLM capabilities. The agent retrieves metadata about available services, detailing their supported protocols and functionalities in JSON format. The agent then transforms parsed intent into standardized communication protocols tailored for specific service types via Agora's generation layer. The agent embeds secure authentication tokens, ensuring trusted interactions with services using protocol-defined security mechanisms. The agent then dispatches generated protocols to specialized service agents through Agora's distribution layer for task execution. Then the agent collects and processes structured responses from services, integrating results to fulfill the user's request. Agora is the best for natural language to protocol generation, allowing users to define agent interactions and workflows using natural language. Building on our discussion of current protocols, it's important to recognize the challenges that lie ahead in the development and deployment of AI agent protocols. One significant concern is ensuring security and privacy, especially as these systems are applied in sensitive domains like healthcare, finance, or personal data management. Advanced encryption techniques, robust authentication mechanisms, and comprehensive audit trails are essential to prevent malicious attacks and ensure trustworthiness in multi-agent communications. As electronic records healthcare software provider, we're following best practices for AI governance, which prioritize patient safety, data privacy, transparency, and compliance. We're establishing comprehensive oversight frameworks that define clear accountability for AI systems development, deployment, and monitoring, ensuring that AI models are rigorously validated and regularly audited for accuracy, bias, and fairness. Implementing robust data governance policies is essential and involves securing patient data through encryption, access controls, and anonymization, as well as ensuring compliance with regulations like HIPAA. Transparency is vital. We are clearly communicating to our customers, users, and patients how AI tools make decisions, including explainability features that allow clinicians and patients to understand AI-generated recommendations, incorporate continuous monitoring and feedback mechanisms, enables early detection of system errors or biases, fostering ongoing improvement. Engaging multidisciplinary governance committees, including clinicians, ethicists, legal experts, and patient advocates, can help align AI deployment with ethical standards and societal values. Finally, fostering a culture of accountability, ongoing training, and adherence to industry standards ensures that AI remains a tool that enhances patient care while upholding trust and safety in the complex healthcare environment. Scalability also remains a critical challenge. As the number of agents and interactions increases exponentially, we need scalable architectures, potentially leveraging distributed ledger technologies or decentralized protocols in order to maintain performance and reliability. Many protocols are still in their early stages, so they have yet to be widely used or applied on a large scale. This lack of maturity means that organizations must be prepared to act as early adopters and adjust to breaking changes and evolving specifications. Additionally, emerging paradigms like federated learning and edge computing can enable real-time, privacy-preserving interactions, especially in environments with limited connectivity or strict data privacy requirements. Looking forward, the evolution of AI agent protocols will likely be driven by adaptive, self-evolving standards where agents, guided by large language models and community input, learn and refine communication protocols dynamically. This approach can foster resilience, adaptability, and long-term sustainability in complex, heterogeneous environments. Ultimately, these challenges will be crucial to realize the full potential of multi-agent AI systems, paving the way for more secure, scalable, and flexible interactions that can adapt seamlessly to a rapidly changing technological landscape. As multi-agent architectures become even more relevant in multiple AI agent products and services, the need for a bridge that will allow them to communicate with each other will always be an important aspect of the entire workflow. We believe that agentic AI protocols are in their infancy and will continue to evolve rapidly in pace with the overall AI landscape. Unlike previous standards which took years to evolve and be ratified by committees, we expect these protocols to be produced and consumed using LLM standards, emphasizing natural language and a great degree of flexibility. I've got the links for the documentation for these protocols, and I think this presentation is going to be available online. So you can take a picture of those if you want. And here's my information if you want to follow or connect on me with LinkedIn. That's a LinkedIn QR code. I don't know if it'll work blown up like that, but I tried.
Step to the back.
Yeah.
We have time for a couple of questions, about
4 minutes.
Yeah, 3 or 4 minutes, if anyone has anything. If not, we really appreciate you. And the talk will be available soon. And if we don't have any questions, I just want to make another reminder. Keep your badge. You'll need it for tomorrow. They won't let you back in without it. So please hold on to this.
Oh, and Danny asked me to remind everybody to give feedback. So I guess that you gave feedback on every single presentation or whatever, but Danny wants all the feedback. So
on your agenda for each talk, there should be some sort of feedback portal there. Please, it helps all the speakers, it helps the conference. Let them know what you think, and yeah, thanks so much. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome to my talk on how to level up your career from junior to senior engineering. My name is Melissa Im and I work at Adobe. So earlier this year, I became a senior engineer, a little slower than some, a little faster than others. But regardless, there was a time that I didn't think I would get to this stage in my career because of what I saw and heard in the industry, the outcomes and stats, and my own personal struggles with both my mental health and confidence. Shedding those limiting beliefs and strengthening my sense of self is what has unlocked and continues to support my personal and professional growth. So a little bit about me. My name is Melissa. I already said that. I'm a senior software engineer at Adobe, and over the past 7.5 years with the company, I've worked in 3 different cities on 4 different projects, on 3 teams, and I've had countless mentees inside and outside of the company. I actually came to Adobe through a little program called the Adobe Digital Academy. What that means is that Adobe sponsored me to go to a coding bootcamp in 2018, and then I had an internship with the company, and the rest is history. So here's a little bit about what you will hear today. Before I start talking about chess, I figured I'd explain how it works so that I don't lose everybody within the first 3 minutes. And we are going to follow a pawn's journey through a board. So as some of you may know, when a pawn gets to the last row of a chessboard, it gets promoted. So in case anyone lives under a rock, this is what chess looks like. It is approximately a 1,500-year-old game. And there are around 10,000 sextillion possible games that are possible to be played. Someone claims there's something called a Shannon number, that there could be 10 to the 120th power possible games. But that accounts for silly or illegal moves. So we're going with this number. Needless to say, one can play a lot of chess and never play every possible game. Similar to life, one can do many things in this lifetime, but never complete the full DLC pack. So each piece moves differently. So you have a little chart there. And so the pawns move forward, but capture diagonally, and they can move up to 2 spots on their first move only. The knights move in an L shape. So if anyone follows Magnus Carlsen, L. Bishops move diagonally on their starting color, so the little pointy guys. And a king can move in 1 square in any direction. Queens are a combination of bishops and rooks. And a rook moves vertically and horizontally from their current position. To win, you checkmate the king. Checkmating means that the king cannot block or move out of danger. And there's also the possibility of draw. Like, no one can win. There's no valid moves left. Hopefully you're still with me. Now we're going to talk about promotions. So quick run through of how a promotion happens. Hopefully many of you have been promoted before, and we'll have many promotions after today. So let's see. Every organization defines levels differently. So a senior at company A will be very different from a senior in company B. So you need to care about the context that you're in. You perform at the next level's expectations for 6 or more months, typically. In some organizations, it may be less. In some organizations, it may be more. You emulate your mentors and role models. You increase visibility and trust over time. And you collaborate with management to pursue growth opportunities that align with organizational goals. So this one's a big one. I've been here all day listening to leadership talks, and they all express the importance of understanding the business side of an organization. If you are doing something and you're doing it great, but nobody else cares, then that's just not going to benefit you or anybody else. So now that we know how chess works and how promotions work, we can start to tie these ideas together. When you start your career as a developer, you will work on smaller tickets, most often where the side effects or breakages occur in isolation, so more on this side of the slide. And you may work alone or with a senior who is supporting your growth. As a mid-level engineer, as we move across, you will start to impact and rely on cross-team collaboration. So everything that you do, you will have work that relates to other teams, and you work closely with others who own different features. And then as a senior engineer, you will find yourself working on features that touch many moving pieces. The change requires extensive understanding of context, conversations, planning, and at times you may have to do architectural decisions that ensure that the feature is flexible to change over time as requirements evolve, which they will, and they always do. So as with chess or your career, I can't teach you to win, but I can show you the time-tested moves that position you for an enjoyable game with potential for a favorable outcome. So when I was a junior, I had major imposter syndrome. I was fresh out of a coding boot camp. I was tasked with working in PHP, which I knew nothing about, and I still know nothing about. And I felt like at any moment, someone would realize I was playing a very brave game of pretend. But I had a big why. I was working on generational wealth, and I was redefining what it meant to be me. So she persevered. When you're a junior, your job is to learn. You're a sponge, and you are faced with limitless possibilities. So if you think of yourself as a pawn on the chessboard, you can only move forward. And as you do, your steps unlock room for those behind you. So, you know, in the chessboard, the rook now can't get out, and the, and the bishops can't get out, and fun things like that. So your most important task when you start your journey is to build your village. You know how they say that it takes a village to raise a child? Well, it takes one to raise an engineer. Behind every success I have achieved, I can thank many people who taught me the right thing at the right time, who encouraged me to keep going, and who set an example for me to follow. My managers, my mentors, my peers, and communities like this one. On the chessboard, we can see how an isolated pawn is vulnerable. So you see on the left, this pawn is hanging. It is being attacked by a bishop and a rook, and it doesn't have any protecting pieces. Like nothing would take back if that piece were taken. And then on the right, you can see a pawn chain. All the pawns are connected, and they're protecting each other. In the real world, a protected or chained pawn has advocates, allies, and sponsors who boost their accomplishments and celebrate their wins. So now that you have your village, a junior can start growing into a mid-level engineer, someone who delivers what they promise consistently. Your next step is to build competency and trust. Seniors become seniors by making mistakes others are afraid to make. Make enough mistakes, and you'll learn everything you need to know until it's time to make new mistakes. If any of you heard Danny's keynote this morning, these are the scars. You learn wisdom by exercising your knowledge and collecting scars. As you start to move beyond tasks and beyond questioning your ability in this foreign world, you can start strategizing. In chess, if you want to win, you need to think more than one move at a time. In your career, if you want to progress, you need to think more than one move at a time. You prepare for the future you want today. That includes your skills, your relationships with peers and management, and even the culture that you want to build in your organization. A mid-level engineer is all about building trust, becoming somebody that peers can go to with questions, and who can either answer or point them to the right resources. Someone who steps up when they can. I think in a healthy organization, not everyone can give 100% of the time. And that's why we have each other and we lean on each other. Someone whose words carry weight and substance. And as time passes, someone who can independently guide their work to completion with less and less oversight. No micromanagement, please. Well, sometimes your positioning can't be helped. No matter what you do, there's nowhere to go, right? And I know that a lot of engineers will experience this along their career. So, maybe the organization doesn't have enough resources. Maybe leadership is not supportive. When that happens, it is your job to shift. So as the owner of your career, you need to make things move. So what can you do? You can increase your influence, increase your visibility, move to a new project, team, or company, or innovate and create value. So tangible ways to shift include specialized training via degree, certificate, workshop, or a coaching program. You can have a manager-sponsored stretch assignment. So you can go to your manager and say, hey, I'd love to grow in these ways. How can I do that? How can we partner on this? Contributing to open source or internal tooling. So there's always pain points. There's always a way to give more. Seeking feedback and actually actioning on that feedback. And increasing your visibility by networking, volunteering, and speaking at events like this. So now that you have your supporters, your knowledge, and the critical trust, the next step is to be promoted. So the pawn has made it all the way to the end, and now it is a beautiful queen. So do you know what changes on the day you get promoted? Nothing other than maybe your paycheck gets a little fatter. So if you've been playing the game right, and you have all your ducks lined up in a row, your promotion is a natural progression of your effort and your management's effort to support you. So as you near promotion, or as a pawn nears the last row on the board, the pawn starts playing a more critical role. So even though the pawn may still be a pawn, it could very easily be critical in the checkmate move of the game. Not in this one, by the way, but it is very close there. Once it gets promoted, it would check the king, and then the other queen, there will be two queens on the board, which is fantastic. I don't know if anyone has played chess, but when you analyze a game, there's a little bar that tells you the odds of each team, each player winning. So once you get two queens, it will be all white on the top. Let's see. So I've talked a lot about strategy and positioning, but I want you to understand that your title isn't as important as your impact. So if your impact is felt and seen, promotion is just a natural progression of your journey. It will happen. It may not happen right away. It may not happen in the way that you want. It may not even happen on the team that you're on, but it will happen. I used to be in a hurry to get promoted, but now I understand that titles are not that important. I think it's so much more critical to build trust and respect, to put your head down and get things done, and to always keep learning. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that everyone here had something to take home with them, some actionable steps. So I made a list. So number one, always ask for feedback. Feedback is a gift. You don't know what you don't know. We all have our own blind spots, and what better way to find what those are than have someone else who doesn't see them tell you what they are. Then you need to keep a record of your wins. So this is really critical. You can do this on your own, or you can do this in conjunction with your manager. You keep a running doc of everything that you're accomplishing. This is important for promotion, but it's also important because hard days will come. Life happens. Life is gonna life. So make sure to keep a record and to reflect on your career to see what might be next. You will see the patterns. You will see correlations in the things that you're choosing to get accomplished, and you're like, oh, that's where my strengths lie, and that's how you can lean into your growth. Document your learning. So maybe for most of you, you don't have a leaky bucket as a brain, but everything that comes in immediately gets out. So I keep a record of things that I've learned, and what's really critical with this is that you know how you ask questions. So if you keep notes for yourself and you're like, oh, how do I center a div? When you ask the question again, you will know exactly, you will be able to find that very easily within your own note-keeping system because you use your own words. Mentor and teach. So nothing solidifies what you know as much as teaching or trying to explain something to somebody else. That's when you know that, oh, it turns out I don't know what that word means. I don't know what this diagram means. I don't understand what this picture is telling me until you try to verbalize that to somebody else. And there's a lot of low stakes situations in which you can do that. You can volunteer to mentor on your teams. You can mentor outside of work. You can even write a blog post. And that's when you start to develop that brain sense of, oh, do I even understand this topic? Or you can give a talk. Let's see. So demo your work. So if nobody sees what you did, then it might as well not exist. We do a million things a day. Most of those things we don't celebrate. We brush our teeth, we make our bed. But if you're an influencer, you can brag about it, and then it becomes an accomplishment. Okay? And develop your sense of self-awareness. So you won't always have somebody to grace you with a gift of feedback. You won't always really know why things are not working out. So it's very critical that you understand that everything that you do has an impact. Even just saying hi to somebody, even the way that you use your emojis on Slack, everything has an impact. So it's very critical that you learn to understand what you are putting out there. What story are you telling? What is your archetype? When people look at you, what do they think? Do they think someone that's really capable? Do they think somebody who's really smart? Do they think someone who's really hardworking? So figure out what you want to be known for, and then do more of that. And do what is hard. So I put a little picture on the right side. It's a little hard to see. I didn't want it to be too bright. But when I'm mentoring people, a lot of the time, I hear my mentees say things like, oh, we're just going for the low-hanging fruit. We just want to do the thing that's easy. And I'm like, yeah, so is everybody else. How are you going to differentiate yourself if you're just doing what 1,000 other people are doing? So if it feels hard, that's a signal that you need to be doing more of it, that you need to be challenging yourself, and you need to be exploring areas of yourself to strengthen those muscles. And it might turn out that you hate it. You're like, oh, this is not for me, but at least you tried. So while everybody else is reaching for that low-hanging fruit, you go build yourself a ladder. Finally, here are some takeaways from chess and life. You can always try again. There's no fault in trying and making mistakes. It's totally fine. I know it's really scary. People want to succeed on their first try, but 99.9999% of people don't succeed on the first try of anything. Like, remember walking. You came out of the wound crawling, okay? Millions of possible moves. Remember the 10,000 gentillion number I showed you early on in this presentation. There are so many ways to live this life and to approach your career. Don't get so hung up on looking at somebody else's. Don't compare yourself to other people. Don't think, oh, they got promoted, so I should get promoted. Focus on yourself. It's totally fine. Stay present in the moment. So in chess, this is big. If you are so hung up on the previous move or on the piece that you lost or on what's the next third or fifth move, you are not going to be ready to respond to that current moment. What is the picture telling you? What is the information that you're not absorbing in this moment. So I think it's very important to stay present. And this is true for your career as well. Like I said, don't compare yourself to other people. Focus on yourself, focus on your lane. In chess, you don't lose. You win or you learn. And I think that's also true for our careers. Some people are like, oh, this situation happened, or like I had some drama at work, or I lost my job, or I had a pay cut, or something happened, and you think it's over. But it's just a little bend in the road. If you think it's over, then it's over. So stay positive, stay strong. And this is really important. I spent the last 20 minutes comparing you to pawns and queens and plastic pieces on a board. But the real metaphor is that you are sitting at the board. You are in charge of your life. If something isn't working, change it. And if there's something you want, get it. Thank you. Play chess with me. So it looks like we have about 3 minutes. If anyone has any questions, feel free, or we can go out in the hall. Go ahead.
I was late for the time, but I was wondering if you actually talk about like how do you record or keep a journal, like keep record of what you have learned, all this stuff.
So I use the MacBook's built-in Notes app. And I use that, I put like, I keep a record of the year, I keep a record of the month, I keep a record of each day, and then I will write about what is my current focus, and then I write all the notes of what I'm trying, what resources I'm looking at, what I'm learning in that moment. And this is also really useful for that one-on-one doc that I talked about. So when I'm going to have a one-on-one with my manager, I'll look at my notes and I'll pull what I think is valuable and put it on that document. This has been really successful for me. So I didn't talk about this, but I do struggle with like some level of ADHD. And sometimes I get kind of distracted. So having those notes are really useful, and I keep it open, and I know what was I supposed to be working on right now, and I always refer back to it. And then it's also a visual reminder of how much I'm actually getting done. So if I look over at the note and it's empty, I'm like, I'm not spending my time appropriately right now. We good? Cool. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Reese Irier. I am here to present my talk, Cloud versus Control, Saving or Syncing a Product by Managing Your Own Application Infrastructure. Just a quick little background on me before I get into anything. Currently, I'm a 5G core application DevOps engineer at Verizon. And in the past, I've also done internships at a company called Dialexa that was bought up by IBM in the Dallas area. And I worked at a financial firm, NextPoint, as well. For any of you guys walking in here right now, I do have the QR code up for my LinkedIn, but that'll be up towards the end of the presentation as well. But a quick disclaimer before I start. Everything presented in this presentation is entirely my own opinion and not an employer's opinion. And on top of that, all products that I reference aren't necessarily an advertisement to the product itself. By no means an advertisement, endorsement, or sponsorship. It's solely just something that I chose to use for this presentation inside the demo. But let's kick this off. You're in a Zoom call with a couple engineers. It's 9 a.m. Tuesday. Camera's off. It's the early MVP stage of a product, and you're coming up with the whole idea of like, how are we going to deploy this? How are we going to deploy this app? What are we doing here? Everyone's drinking their coffee. People are stressed. People are drawing their little system design diagrams, thinking that they have the best design in the world, and they're like, I got this idea. This is going to work better. This is the way that we're going to do this. Some of these ideas you're going to probably turn around and change in the future anyways, but there's some of these that are not necessarily irreversible, but can cause you months or even years worth of damage if done wrong. In this meeting, like you're just aware of how important this is. You're in this meeting and someone unmutes and goes, let's use Kubernetes. Let's bring in AWS, let's do EKS, let's scale fast. This application that we are deploying requires it, it's gonna need it, and we need to be able to fundamentally choose this as our option to go in this route. Someone else goes, I hate Kubernetes. Kubernetes is awful. This is going to be the most overhead. This is going to be a major problem for how we're actually deploying our application. I do like the idea of sticking on cloud and sticking with AWS. However, let's do an easier container management system. Let's do something like Docker Compose, so we could just set up a Docker Compose file, get that set up, deployed, done, works on every machine ever. Now, the third person. These are the people I love. This person's seen some crazy things over the past like 20 years in their career. They have completely, they've been working on OpenStack for a pretty long time, and they're just like, absolutely, like, what is this cloud native nonsense? We're not doing this crap. What kind of garbage is this? I've been deploying OpenStack for over a decade. On-prem is cheaper in the long run, and at least I control my own infrastructure, my own data. Why rent someone else's computer forever? Let's just buy the racks, call it a day. And yeah, this other person keeps saying like, hey, like I really think we should have a fully managed infrastructure solution. However, there's kind of a major problem here. In this talk, a lot of people kind of went in and immediately started talking about their tech stacks, what they'd prefer for infrastructure, whether we should go cloud, whether we should go on-prem, whether we should use Kubernetes, whether we should use Docker. Other opinions are likely probably floated around as well because there's so many possible ways that you could do this kind of thing. However, no one really talked about the user here. No one talked about how every decision that we make about deploying our application and setting this up, it's completely user impacting, and we need to really dive in and get a full profile of who the user is and who's going to be using this application so that we know that we can set up our infrastructure in a way that it won't fail. We're not going to have a major problem where we totally fail to scale. Problems are happening, and we failed because we were thinking more about our tech stack and our infrastructure stack rather than the user itself. Now, I've come up with some like big umbrella overarching questions that I think are extremely important to discuss and talk about because realistically, if you're not centering all your conversations about how you're going to deploy your application, how your application is going to be used surrounding the user, there's a big chance you're going to run into some problems in the future. Now, I think the number one question, the big umbrella question is, who is the intended application user? Who is the person that is, if you're hosting a web server or something, who is the person who is the person, or who are the people that are going in and actually accessing this page? Who is the target audience that we're specifically building this product for? Now, there's so many sub-questions that you could go into on here, because asking who the intended user is really a loaded question that you can't answer in one simple sentence. You got to answer things like, are we building this for like an everyday customer? Are we building this for like a business? Is this an enterprise product? Or is this just an internal product for our own employees? What level of technical skill does the end user have? Is this a developer that we're building this for? Or is this a person who is, like, I'm imagining, I love my grandparents, but tech, no. Like, we need to be able to design our applications in a way where, like, we know who the end user is, and if it's a person who is not familiar with tech at all, you need to make sure that the way that you're deploying your application represents that, showcases that, and really has that in mind the entire time. What problem is the end user solving with this app? That's a critical one as well. Do they need this application on some sort of special device, or will they be using something like their phone or their laptop, their everyday device, to access the application? Downtime is important as well. How will this impact this person if there's any downtime with the application? Will they require some sort of like support staff or anything like that to troubleshoot an error alongside them? Are users expected to have free access to this application, or is this a paid service? What kind of expectations on security and privacy are we expecting? Or do we have users in Europe that we need to really keep in mind GDPR? Are we dealing with like HIPAA data or anything like that? Like, these are the important things we need to ask as well. And are there levels of permissions that the user is going to have, like admin roles, ordinary user-based permissions, et cetera, et cetera. Now, where will the application users be located? Are they just going to be in Dallas, Texas? Are they commit your code all, like, is it just people here using the application? Or is it people all across the world? Are these people accessing the application through some sort of firewall, or are they using their regular home Wi-Fi, or some like 4G, 5G on their phone, checking out a certain application? Are low latency connections required, such as like a trading application where every single nanosecond is like extremely important in the actual execution of your processes? I mentioned the GDPR thing before, but are people worldwide, or are they just in certain areas of the world? And I have a bunch of these. I'm not going to go through all these questions, but when will the users be using this product is an important one as well, because the exact timing, whether they're there from a 9 to 5 work using the app there and then completely stopping after that time, or if they're using it for a full like 24/7 service, that needs to be taken into account, because the way that you're incorporating CI/CD, whether you want automated deployments or if there's downtime and you're willing to take down your application to deploy a certain upgrade during a time that users aren't there, such as a time like a maintenance window, that's extremely important to consider as well. And lastly, for what purpose are these people actually using this app? There's so many purposes, and this doesn't seem like a full-on infrastructure question, but it's relevant nonetheless, because the reason why someone's using an app in the first place is absolutely relevant to the decisions that you're making and actually deploying an application. So, back to this. Now that we have really going deep, diving deep into a bunch of questions, talking about the who, what, when, where, whys of the user for an application, that's when you can really start diving deep into the infrastructure tech stack conversations. Like, getting back to that previous Zoom call that I was talking about, where a lot of people kind of threw their opinions about like a certain tech stack that is absolutely required. Maybe some part of it makes sense because maybe some of what they're bringing up is like a skill set that the team's already aligned with, but sometimes some of these problems do require a whole new level of a whole new level of planning, where you got to get your hands dirty with something that you haven't touched before. But I wanted to start and dive into the whole idea of cloud and the whole idea of on-prem from here, and basically dive into why would someone not want to use cloud. I know cloud is extremely popular. in most of my experience, actually, I've been working on-prem, so I have a little bit different experience from everybody. But on the cloud side, bill shock is 100% real from everyone that I've talked to, and it's like unbelievable. 50% of business, from a lot of the statistics that I collected from the internet, found that 50% of businesses in certain surveys had issues controlling their cloud costs. 44% attributed at least like a third of their costs to over-provisioning of resources and unused resources entirely. I know you talk about this a little bit in your presentation as well, but yeah. And then the average SaaS startup spends over $1.16 million annually on cloud services. So it's a big financial thing that a lot of people, when trying to deploy a product, anything like that, you really run into this problem. But there's a lot of pros to cloud adoption, and if I'm being honest, most people should probably go with cloud. The pros include, but definitely aren't limited to, speed and time to market, being able to deploy something fast, not having to buy a whole bunch of server racks and like setting everything up. Like you could spin up an if you want to do like an ECS instance or EKS for Kubernetes, like you can do that extremely fast. Scalability is absolutely something in mind. You don't run into this problem of, oh, I only bought this amount of resources to be able to host my application and now I need more. You can go the route, if you're financially able to afford it on the cloud side, of saying, hey, let's bump up our resources more. We need it because we have more users than we expected, or maybe some flows through the application are taking up more like CPU or memory than expected. And there's so many other reasons that I've listed here as well. Ops, actual ops overhead is extremely low. Being an operations person, that's a major deal. Your global footprint of cloud services being everywhere, so especially the global user problem that we were talking about everywhere, of if you have one instance just inside of, if you have if you have your own little machine in Dallas, Texas, and you have like a server rack there, but you're not hosting anywhere else, you're gonna have issues with latency, which for some apps might not be a big deal, for most apps it's gonna be a pretty big deal if someone from Europe is trying to access it, for example. And you also have a built-in security win. Cloud services are extremely mature. They're extremely robust, and you lose the ability to make some mistakes that you could make on when going on-prem. But cons that happen as well. Unexpected hidden costs. Cloud providers love egress because they love charging you for egress. They love receiving data, but at the same time, if you send data out, they don't like that they don't get the data, so they just take your money instead. Over provisioning and resource waste are definitely problems that happen as well. You can have a bunch of volumes sitting around that are taking up a bunch of cloud costs that you don't even realize, and then it could be too late at some point. But yeah, I'm gonna skip a little bit of that just because we're getting a little bit quick on time. But managing your own infrastructure in 2025, you might look at some of the problems that I talked about and been like, hey, we could save money. We can let's own our own data. Let's do it, guys. We're free from vendor lock-in. We're free from all these problems of unexpected costs. But the reality is, when you host your own application infrastructure, or when you're dealing with your own application infrastructure and not having another service manage a lot of it for you, you're entirely responsible for that too. I know, crazy phenomenon. But that steps in. But there are things that you can consider. When you do on-prem, a lot of the upfront costs are high because you need to actually get your resources before you're able to essentially release your application to the public in what I'd say is quote unquote prepared state. And the long-term cost control of, for example, if your application is 99% egress, which can't really think of an exact reason right now, but if that's the case, that would definitely be extremely helpful there. You'll have pretty consistent performance across the board. You won't have the noisy neighbor problem that tends to happen. If you really need custom hardware for a specific solution that you're going for, you can use that as well. You have access to your own data, mentioned that earlier. You're not locked. You could choose to be partial and slightly lock in on vendors on like some certain services that you have, but if you go the full way, there's no complete vendor lock-in, and you do get some of the pros out of that. There is some con to there as well, because with vendor lock-in comes in things being managed as well. But yeah, but there's cons to this as well. You can get your unexpected costs. They can hike up extremely. Oh wait. Yeah, you get a whole issue when it comes to cons. Your cons mainly being not necessarily unexpected hidden costs. That was actually a bullet point from my other slide. That was an accident. I meant more on the side of over provisioning and resource waste. That's a clear problem that you can hit if you have an insane amount of server racks that are deployed across the entire world, and you get a lot less users than you expected. You run into a problem that you just hit right there. You have a lot of issues getting out of this problem as a result. There's also a lot of ops overhead, because there's full new skill sets that you have to really train on for your team. And a lot of these include extremely good networking knowledge. That is an absolute must. Your knowledge of BGP and everything like that needs to be extremely high. There's the hardware and data center operations as well. You need to know your stuff when it comes to like VLAN switches, basically everything in mind. Storage and backup, none of that is completely, or at least partially managed for you, and it's a lot harder to be able to do that on your own. And there's also the cost and energy management of dealing with a lot of your application. You have to really dive into the math of capacity and demand and think, okay, rolling back to the users, and rolling back to everything on what we're expecting, how do we expect everything to scale up from what we have at the moment? But I wanted to dive into a case study really dive into this study that we had earlier of this Zoom call of people debating what should we do for our actual application, and do a quick user profile for someone who wants to look at a portfolio application. Something simple as that. We can take that out, and then we can add some complexity a little bit deeper and deeper, but I really wanted to start out with this and just show this off. Audience, I'd say, if I'm making my own portfolio app, I think it'd be cool for you all to look at it. So I'd say you all are my target audience. Also, people interested in learning about more of what I do just in general. A lot of that's probably likely going to be in Dallas, but it could be across the United States as well, or maybe even outside, but a major portion of the traffic would be in this region. And some colleagues that I work with on my day-to-day may be curious about some of the things that I've worked with in the past as well, so keeping it open for there. Tech skill sets and everything. I could see people with a wide range of a tech skill set looking at my app, so having something that's kind of approachable to both would be great there. And diving deep into someone's probably using something like a desktop, or maybe someone's on their, someone decides to use their phone, take a look at my website. Short downtime is totally acceptable. I'm not too worried about that. It might ruin my reputation with one person if they're looking at my website and they're like, oh, this thing doesn't even load, this guy, ugh. But no, it's fine. And security-wise, I'm not doing any cookie collection or anything, just basic HTTPS, no crazy session management or anything like that. Diving deep into that, latency, not super critical in the United States. I talked about that earlier as well. And when users are using this product, I really don't expect major spikes at all to be happening. Maybe at some point if I threw my website somewhere else and was maybe threw it in a LinkedIn post or something, it's hey, this is my website, I'd probably expect a spike within the week or two of posting it. But this downtime on the app isn't going to cost me. It's not going to be a major problem. So thinking about the user side here, I'm not extremely worried about the user's perception of me if we were going to have a problem there. So doing all that and opening Grafana dashboards up as well. just for a monitoring solution to be able to track, like, is my application up, is everything working? So hosting my own observability and Prometheus metrics to be able to do that. So something as simple as someone sending a request and receiving a response, getting some sort of HTML, CSS, and any sort of like static assets as well. But based on the conversation of like what I was thinking with like a user profile and how we go with this, I decided, hey, like let me just do like a quick like Go HTMX containerized application, super lightweight, something I like, something I've experienced with. Decided to do that. Why not? An SMTP server for receiving emails and doing things like Docker Compose so that I can have basic container orchestration. I don't need anything crazy like Kubernetes for something like this. An Nginx reverse proxy because I would like API rate limiting and certain caching capabilities there to be provided on that side, not necessarily on the application itself, while it can also happen on the application as well. Cloudflare DNS and GitHub Actions for CI/CD. Infrastructure-wise, deciding to use like a Google Cloud Platform virtual machine because it's super simple, costs like $15, $20 a month for me to actually host, keep up, have a static IP that points to it. Let me deploy all this, put this together, and since I'm managing everything, it's not too big of a problem. Now, diving deep into the actual like system design of how we did it, sending a request, like my actual application would receive a response, and it would be like, oh, here's the actual like rendered HTML, CSS, and everything as a result. And also publicly sourcing Grafana dashboards because from my perspective, since I'm working more in like the DevOps space, the operations, I would like people to kind of know that I have skill sets in there for observability as well. But it's a super simple application that really doesn't have much complexity to it at all. If we were to really, like, there's a single VM is totally fine because I don't expect any like people going to this application and traffic scaling up to a crazy level. And as a whole, I wouldn't expect many problems happening from there as well. However, what if I change the MVP up a little bit? Let's say it's a critical product for users and ends up being a major, I end up like having some sort of e-commerce potential inside the application or wanting that. And let's say something like I own model weights for a certain AI model and I decide I wanted to host that into an application. I don't know why I'd want to do that fully, but let's say this is the combination of things we wanted to do, and let's see how a user profile would change based on that. Your audience would be full-on consumers buying products, people interacting with AI models, the AI models as well. Maybe they need to buy some sort of API key that they can then use as a result and query my server from there. Casual, it would likely be a lot more like technical users that are using something like this, given the products that I'd be selling. And this, based on the whole user profile of everything that we're looking at here, one thing that we can conclude is that potentially Docker Compose and a single VM may no longer become sufficient. We might have to scale up and change how we're approaching this. Now, on cloud and Kubernetes could definitely be an option here because there's major pros to that we could do. On cloud, you'd be able to have a fully managed control plane that wouldn't need to touch it at all. Worker node scaling, you'd be able to have that be totally fine. You wouldn't have to worry about full on-prem situation of under provisioning. Regions and availability zones are completely built in, so you'd be able to stick with that and not have the major DNS problem across. And you'd have the high infrastructure availability as well, but as a result, you'd also have the major costs that EKS implements on you as a result. However, if you were to go the on-prem route, say, you'd be able to predict your long-term costs a lot more and have a lot of ownership over the data that's being sent in, but in the meantime, you're gonna have some problems as well. You're gonna have the extreme high upfront costs, like realistically, why would someone wanna do this? Maybe there's some reasons depending on a certain application. Wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, but based on everything, yeah. You have the danger of under provisioning, over provisioning, as I was stating, and it's extremely difficult to scale if you have much more traffic happening in the application. But getting to the concluding remarks, a lot of the cloud pros come from your deployment speed, your elasticity, and being able to bring more instances of your application as you want. and the cloud provider ecosystem is extremely big for you to be able to add on to and do everything with. But you have the problem of the high risks of recurring cloud provider costs. But on the flip side, on the on-prem side, you got some pros such as data ownership. You're able to control your environment much more, and you have predictable long-term costs. However, you have the cons, which is the burden on a lot of the operations team and upfront costs, and you also risk the reliable uptime that a lot of these cloud providers have, and not being able to actually have that on your side, which can be extremely hard. So decisions surrounding your infrastructure, they're super important. They're essentially determining, they have a huge role in determining the actual success of your product in the long run. And decisions made years prior can punish you extremely, so much in the long term if you don't consider the implications of these decisions closely enough. Thank you.